Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like with that we are into
10
game number
seconds
1
remaining.
of today. The weekend, well, the first weekend of the tournament, anywho. Still
5.
far, and the way we've seen them absolutely dominate yesterday. I think that they may just be able to give Nemiga a run for their money here, because Nemiga are a very solid team. I shouldn't be understating that, but I think all of you know that Nemiga have been around for a while and are very experienced. Especially their team captain and drafter Sportic, who's coming up with something rather unique here. We got an Abaddon, Warlock and Muerta already, which kind of proves my point. But against Team Lynx, I think we may have a really good series to start the day off with. At least I hope so. And the Tiny Lich is an indication for that, but we're gonna see whether or not it's actually gonna work out the way they intend with that two-man avalanche toss multi-hero chain frost. Cause yeah, you do need Tiny to kind of get a good
Radiant
avalanche toss
pick.
initiation, not immediately get EU'd or whatever for that Lich follow-up to be there. But oh, it looks like Team Lynx, they're gonna go with even more madness, even more chaos. It's gonna be a Terror Blade, making illusions everywhere, keeping some really high pressure up on all of the lanes.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
And it is
Dire
gonna be
team
Hoodwink getting picked up by Team Lynx, who will immediately be responded to with a Terrorblade counter. Alright.
Radiant team
See,
back.
this is what I mean. Sportic, he's been around. I've been casting that guy since ages ago. I don't even know when, like, before I learned to read Cyrillic. I know that much, and that's a long while ago. Because, yeah, you can't cast Dota in Europe without being able to read and write Cyrillic to some degree.
10 seconds remaining.
And players like Sportic are the reason,
5
but players like
seconds
Sportic
remaining.
are also very talented powerhouses that have absolutely been kind of domineering this region and making a name for themselves, so... Team Lynx, can they still keep up with this draft? I wonder what their last pick is gonna be, because right now I think they can't, and I would have loved the last pick Legion. Legion Terrorblade Tiny is such a perfect draft here. Like, usually I don't like it that much, but against an Abaddon and an Earthshaker, two heroes who you get rewarded for just catching out of position.
10 seconds remaining.
I would have liked the Legion in that regard. Also, Warlock, while
5
being really
seconds
good at
remaining.
countering most initiators, doesn't have that good of an answer to the duel, because the best thing you can do really is drop those golems and hope that the stun is gonna do enough work for you, which honestly I kind of doubt. Also, one of Lynx's players is just named Lynx in his pubs, which I find is really, really dope. And they
Dire
also
team
got like
back.
Smiley Face, whose name is just Smiley Face, because generally speaking, as a caster, you're supposed to pronounce the names people have when team tags are working in the lobby. And that guy just has a smiley face for a name. Like the Russian smiley face, where you just put one smiling little
10
bracket in
seconds
chat in
remaining.
front of the little dots. But Broodmother is
5
gonna be banned
seconds
out.
remaining.
Ooh, I would have loved that as well, because I think Nemiga right now, after that Earthshaker, the thing they need is to just add a little bit more spice to this draft, a little bit more space creation and aggression that doesn't necessarily fall off in the late game. And there's few heroes that fit that description. Broodmother would have been one of them. So I would have really liked to see the Brood. And let's see what Nemiga are gonna ban out and pick up with their last 2 minutes. As Nemiga, 75 seconds remaining. Obviously they're thinking ahead of their last pick and of how they're gonna be approaching the remainder of the draft here. Because, like I said, they need to tie it up with something spicy, but I'm really not sure what. And with that Enigma band, it could be anything, but there was one thing that just crossed my mind literally that second, and that's the anti-mage, which I think wouldn't be bad for an Nemiga. Okay, not quite an anti-mage though. There is one better hero to kind of catch people off guard and make their lives difficult. So it's gonna be that Monkey King pick up. We see a lot of Monkey King. He has like a positive win rate even on the highest level.
5 seconds remaining.
And obviously he's gonna be played as a core, which I don't mind, because, well, I like my Monkey King supports, and I think those can be a lot of fun as well, and definitely change the dynamic of a game. I think it's like almost too much, where a lot of pro players had forgotten how to play Monkey King as a core, except for the ones that actually really enjoy the hero, right?
Choose your
And suddenly
hero.
he's an absolute powerhouse. Speaking of absolute powerhouses though, would you look at that last pick? It is gonna be a Dawnbreaker, so there's gonna be huge global ultimates for Team Lynx. It is gonna be one of Stonebanks' better heroes. Though I don't like the Dawnbreaker that much here. I think between a Terrorblade and a Lich for the catch to kind of enable those ultimates and get the setup going, there's definitely a lot of potential. And I'm gonna give the draft advantage to Nemiga here by just a little bit, but I think it's still gonna be like 51-49% win rate or something ridiculously close like that, because Nemiga, they have the way better team fight, they have the way better initiation potential. They're all about getting those big 5v5 fights, absolutely dominating them, and then forcing an objective, whereas Team Lynx, not exactly the opposite, because the opposite would be more a pick-off heavy draft. This is really for Protect 1. You want to fight as much and as early as you can with 3 or 4 people, but never involving that number 5. Like, well, the position 1, but you get what I mean. Let the Terrorblade farm, let the Terrorblade split out all of his illusions across all lanes, because he's really your best late game insurance in a draft like this. And you got 2 heroes with a ton of lockdown, and a Dawnbreaker to keep the Terrorblade alive here. And allow those illusions of his to get those hits of theirs in. And with us loading in, it looks like we get a pause almost immediately, which has been a little bit of an issue with this patch. There has just been so much pausing. Yesterday as well has been like a pause-filled day, and I'm really hoping that the new patch is just gonna be more stable and easier on the hardware again. Because my PC is fine, I'm streaming this myself right now, because sadly our production is still on vacation. But my PC can handle that. The game coordinator and the people who, you know, don't have the best hardware though, they're suffering. And when the game coordinator is suffering, by extension it means everyone is suffering. But when even mid-PCs disconnect from Dota semi-regularly, you know that the issue is kind of gonna affect the entire community at that point.
Death doesn't rule this place. I do.
And the 4-man
30
smoke is
seconds
out
to battle.
from Nemiga 30 seconds before the rune spawn. So it looks like, despite both teams kind of having scanned each other out before, they are gonna roam around and go for a little bit of a setup play here. Good vision if nothing else.
The battle begins.
Shishak does get a smoke broken now though, and a little bit too late to get DRT away from that rune in time. So the runes are gonna be split 3 for just the 1 in favor of Team Lynx here, and I think that's exactly the kind of thing Lynx need. Because they have a kind of slow draft, they pop off starting from the mid game and don't really do much before then, right? So, of course they're gonna try to pop off as hard as they possibly can here. Over on this bottom lane though. Terrorblade should not have the best time against Abaddon with the way that Curse of Avernus works these days. It still feels like very little damage, but it adds up against heroes like Terrorblade, trust me. Once Abaddon starts maxing that, and usually you skip the Mist Coil entirely if you're not playing like 4 or 3 utility Abaddon, then he's just gonna start harassing the Terrorblade so much. Right now though, Terrorblade is farming very much okay and enjoying his high attack speed, but there we go, this is kind of what I mean where, oh god, Shishak almost got first blooded, and the same could be said for DRT with one good dash shot. These supports already playing it very close to the chest, though now DRT together with his carry grouping up and hitting just Abaddon though. Keeping up the pressure, being annoyed by his own illusion, as now we get ourselves a pause, ladies and gentlemen.
You just did that.
It was getting far too crowded.
Really? You just did that?
Shaker.
And everybody is gonna show off just how fun the voice lines they have are. 2 pauses for 90, well no, 2 pauses for like, let's say 2 minutes and 10 seconds of gameplay. Ah, this is my problem with the current Dota patch. It's like that in pubs too. If like you talk to a lot of high level players, they'll tell you this patch is so annoying because grinding MMR just feels so much more tedious. But there's the reconnect from the Terrorblade at least, and Hoodwink also coming back in again. As for this top lane, we haven't really talked about this top lane, so let me take an opportunity to catch up on that. Since with the Hoodwink and the Bushwhack setup for Stonebank, there is a huge amount of kill potential here. Even against a defensive hero like Warlock with a lot of sustain and a lot of potential to kind of hold this lane and to keep it defended here.
Stop till I tell.
Somebody do something!
Somebody do something, Shishak says as he realizes it's gonna be 2 minutes without first blood, and this Terrorblade is just kind of relaxing in lane still. Then again, Covis 9 is not gonna have to be told twice to do something about this Terrorblade, because he now has Curse of Avernus level 1. And mind you, it's only 30 magic damage maximum that you deal extra a hit. But look at how fast, like I said, it adds up, even at 1 level. Where that little bit of harass just takes a few valuable tango seconds. I'm not that great at like the new Abaddon yet, and I don't like it that much either. I think with the slow old cooldown and the ultimate now being really long come-up cooldown, it's not as great as it used to be. But, oh, they decide to dive the Terrorblade despite the fact that he has a Metamorphosis up anyways. But Shishak just a little bit faster because bullets are the fastest projectile in Dota, of course. So it is gonna be bam, Terrorblade shut down, first blood for Shishak. The dive, as random as it looked there with the Abaddon using the magic wand in the last second, ended up paying off. Really well played, excellent coordination. Gotta love those lane partners who know each other very well and literally meme the enemy in all chat about running under the tower before they run up the tower. Gotta be one of my favorite genders. As it is gonna be Terrorblade dishing a lot of burst damage out to the Lich by hitting that Abaddon and breaking the shield. Because that's kind of the issue now. Reflection, while it's really good, also allows Abaddon to do exactly this. Put up a shield and just run after you without any source of remorse in the world. And now Shiro Ikiri, I think it is gonna just kind of play around Conjure Image and Metamorphosis more. Be a little bit more defensive about it.
Death doesn't rule this place. I do.
I'm not sure if it's Shiro Ikiri or Shiro Ikiri, basically. Like the Terrorblade's name. If somebody in chat knows, let me know. As for the Lich, Wait, do illusions still count for the death charge? Because it says any unit, and I think that included illusions, since, if I'm not mistaken, the reason why Lich is being quite liberal in his spell usage here, and is just getting quite effective damage in with Frost Blast, is the fact that Terrorblade is gonna help him gain all that much extra mana. Abaddon, however, is solved up again, so the battle for sustain over in this bottom lane is just gonna keep going at a bit of a stalemate for a little while longer, first blood or no first blood. Terrorblade already having taken a death is kind of annoying, but the thing is, Lynx, they still got tiny. Nader, oh, as I'm talking about that, Warlock will end up going down there. I literally just checked over on top, thinking he wouldn't anymore, but I guess Hoodwink gets her full combo up, and that will be enough to kill most heroes. But she will die for it to Rinzi-Q, as now Rinzi-Q looking to use this opportunity to be aggressive, get another Jingu up, and just kind of start farming a little bit faster. Because, yeah, switching over to net worth, you can see that before the 6-minute mark, Rinzi-Q is sitting on top of net worth with Stonebank right behind him. And this top lane is where everybody is gonna be rich, whereas bottom lane, despite there having been a first blood and extra money generated, is gonna be where everybody is poor. And over on the mid lane now, we're gonna see Geo go for a little bit of a gank, but while I'm checking that gank, Lich dies. I'm sorry, I'm not good at camera work. Lich dies over in the bottom lane, which is just the position 5 instead of the Terrorblade, but this time around I'm not gonna be missing that kill on mid, as Earthshaker has an ultimate, will immediately use the Terrorblade though, dropping low in a 1v1 with the Abaddon. Abaddon, however, finds a Lotus, and with that has another shield to kind of keep the pressure up over on this bottom lane.
Somebody do something!
Somebody do something, says Shita. As Thomas 9 gets another one. Shiroi Kiri gets killed off. Abaddon, just such a rough matchup for the Terrorblade, who's notorious for having very little magic resistance. And now with that Curse of Avernus and the Orb of Corrosion adding up for all of those teeny tiny ticks of 3, 5, 20 magical damage per second maybe. But they all come together and make for like 40, 50 magical DPS, which is quite a lot this early on. Meanwhile, Rinzi-Q gets a beautiful Jingu proc over on the top lane, will use that to kill us Stonebank with, while Geo is still kind of playing footsies and keeping out of range of these two. As Terrorblade gets ran just a little bit out of position. In comes the Dawnbreaker, and Stonebank
A bittersweet sunset.
gets a nice little return kill onto Cobus 9 there. A much needed one as well, because Terrorblade going 0 and 2, at least with 2 assists, is kind of finally getting some breathing room. Able to hit creeps again, but it won't just be some breathing room, it may be another assist gold. Maybe not, as Shishak trying to teleport out, and there is no prevention for the Muerta ultimate into TP, as Geo getting Jingu by the Monkey King, and one more hit will finish him off. Rinzi-Q 3-0 now, snipes the Curry as well, doesn't quite get the Dawnbreaker because of that, but I think he's still gonna be very happy with that play, grabbing himself 2 bounty runes now to get his team a little bit more of a gold influx, and spotting out Terrorblade as well, but deciding not to commit for him anymore. He is the one position. Rinzi-Q does need to carry this game, so he does at the end of the day want to do some slow farming, want to get some stacks. Then again, another free kill on this Terrorblade, who's a level behind him, would be huge, but Shiroiki is being very careful and very on guard against the Monkey King. While Rinzi-Q's own farm isn't really proceeding that fast when he's messing with other people, so he should probably go back to his own lane and he's got to do just that. Meanwhile, Stonebank, after that kill, once again a close contestant for the top net worth, and we'll see if there's a brawl on top, because if there is, the winner of it is gonna be the new top net worth position, that may be able to snowball. As an initial lead, but Monkey King seemingly still wants to go with the Jingle onto DRT. Then comes a dead shot and a fitter from the Earthshake who wraps around from behind. And with that beautiful setup from Sportic, he may get tossed back, but he's still not done chasing with his Monkey King here.
Has fallen.
As the Jingle procs, Nater turns around, but Monkey King fast enough to leap into a tree, not fast enough to dodge them, Muerta tying him down. The Hoodwink tying him down, and Muerta breaks the tree, but it's not going to be enough to get the kill there. 3k gold lead for Nemiga now. Yeah, this is what I mean. I think strong as Sneaks may be, Nemiga, they do just pop off slightly early. They don't have to play for Protect 1 until their carry is online. And that fact is going to be exploited once again by Stonebank on that Dawnbreaker, just yeeting himself in. Win rate wise, it's only not even 2/3 yet for Nemiga, despite the fact that they have won not one but
Radiant's
two huge
top
team
tower
fights
is
in
under
this game
attack.
already. As Shirohikiri teleporting out. Shishak saving up for that all-important Atos to get the good death shots in.
Somebody do something!
Terrorblade going for the early Kanda rush here. I like it.
Dire's structures are
We
fortified.
don't see that build every day anymore, but I'm one of the people who insists Kanda and
Dire's
Terrorblade
top
still
tower
gotta be the
is
way.
under attack.
Ditch meanwhile about to take a beating, a Jingoot up beating at that, by this massive Monkey King. And in comes the Earthshaker, delivering a smacker. Good echo there from Sportic, I gotta say. Nicely placed dead center of the enemy team.
Just another bounty.
Earthshaker got an amplified damage rune. Sportic may want to use that to turn his 401 into 501.
Dire are scanning.
Well, the game
Radiant
kind
are
of still being
scanning.
kept slow, and while that may sound like something that Lynx would have liked here, or would still like, yeah, they would like the Terrorblade to have lots of farming space.
Dire's
They
top
don't
tower
like the fact
is
that
under
Monkey King is
attack.
already snowballing.
Dire's
That
top tower
Terrorblade
has
is starting to
fallen.
look rather scary with level 9 and just the ability to flash farm as long as he has the mana to do so. Also, it's gonna be Echo into Kanda from the looks of it. So, he is gonna go and commit for a non-upgraded Echo Saber first, which is also very interesting as far as an evident build to counter this TB goes. But Terrorblade's still running out
Dire
while
are
Earthshake
scanning.
trying to chase.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And it looks like Nemiga, their only goal. They may not know that they have a huge gold lead, but they do know that they're ahead in kills. So their only goal right now is to make that gold lead snowball as hard as possible with some stacks, with a little bit of farm around the corner. Though they did not end up stacking this camp one more time, as they try to set up a two-man smoke instead, and Tiny will be spotted out by the Muerta with the dead shot, but they didn't quite hit the dead shot. So without that connecting, I don't think it'll be a kill anytime soon. Nemiga are gonna go for a very early 14-minute Battle Fury on this Monkey King. And mind you, that's not just a 14-minute Battle Fury, that's a 14-minute
Radiant's
Battle
top
Fury
tower
plus
is
Orb
under
of
attack.
Corrosion plus Power Treads. So in that regard, I think it's pretty impressive. Also, Monkey King is using the Simian Stride, despite the fact that, you know, he's the one position, he's likely gonna be under 95% health more often than not. Just for the farming speed, which is what most Monkey Kings want to do. Where as long as you can jungle efficiently like he's doing right now without falling under 95% health, you can get to the next jungle camp for free with minimal resource usage. Which kind of gives him the anti-mage effect, right? Anti-mage has a borderline free blink and Monkey King has a borderline free tree dance, so he tries to snowball that with the Battle Fury, whereas Terrorblade, he has all of his snowball built in. He does not have to worry about farming speed because of the counter images just being everywhere all around. Over on the river though, an E-fight is gonna break out with a massive Warlock ultimate and the Earthshaker not really getting the echo that he wants off of him anyways. That's gonna be a rough, because so far, Lynx only lost their 2 supports. Okay, now they're gonna lose the Dawnbreaker though. Terrorblade, however, is still fighting, but maybe with Kovis9 coming in, getting another beautiful Dream Coil there to finish the job until Shiroi Kiri finally. It is gonna be Kovis9 literally solo carrying the team fight thanks to a really well-timed Abaddon ultimate. He held onto until the very last minute, as well as the Earthshaker Echo kind of falling flat, but getting everybody super confident that they could go in, and then still utilizing the great AoE. But Abaddon with the tiny plus Hoodwink burst damage, he is gonna be set up for death and taken apart from a very young range apart. Earthshaker over halfway to the Aghanim Scepter, but it will still take him a minute or two. Stonebank, meanwhile, just grabbing these stacks. Which is interesting, but it seems quite deliberate that they're letting Stonebank be a core, be almost a second carry here really. Which, judging how good Dawnbreaker scales, I don't blame them. Luminosity is insane for late game team fighting, it's just such good sustain. But yeah, there's not really anything happening, so the win rate is gonna go a tiny bit further towards Nemiga, because Nemiga of course had an insanely good Battle Fury timing to get the Monkey King free farming, have an Earthshaker with just a single death on him, who's still looking extremely scary, and this Kovis9 hit or miss Abaddon, who's been doing a lot of work and saving up for the Kanda to do twice as much work really.
Invisibility.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under
Everybody's
attack.
just kind of roaming around the map like they did on bottom with the Abaddon just now, where there's some
Dire's
people
middle
sitting on the
tower
side
has
looking to
fallen.
set up a team fight. DRT doing the same thing towards mid, where they even put a ward down to see if anybody enters this mid lane and be blinked and tossed back by the Tiny. But Nemiga, they're playing it very defensively, and even with the gold kind of pulling back here as Lynx have managed to take another huge stack with the Dawnbreaker. Nemiga are now gonna take their own try to make sure at least the Monkey King's BKB timing is still looking amazing. This is turning into one of those games where everybody across the map is just very rich, ladies and gentlemen.
Tribute to my house.
Tiny going for the blink, Avalanche, and they'll even commit the Chain Frost just to make sure that he dies, but Kovis9 comes into the lane and will take 2 of those Chain Frost bounces in the face immediately. Nice play with the Ice Spire there. And that's gonna be a toss back onto the Abaddon. Abaddon gets the ultimate up will just be held down by Lich, but the heal from the Warlock is very handy, so that he's even while ignoring the Evidence. He's still healing. Ever on the run, but with an avalanche toss onto 2. How much longer can he run here? Not much, but Rinzy Q is there, is gonna activate the move mode, and all they've lost thus far is gonna be Warlock. In comes the Dawnbreaker with a good spin on the Abaddon Shishak. Still trying to survive this Terrorblade. Terrorblade meanwhile full healing up the Dawnbreaker trying to cut the monkey's trees, but not quite in time, as Rinzy Q still the scariest hero and he knows it, so he gives a little bounce on the stick there, and Earthshaker with the comes on in. Make sure to give the kill to Rinzy as well, which I think you have to if you commit the Echo just for one kill like that. But I think they've even realized just how rich Stonebank is, and that Stonebank is one of the biggest targets on the map right now. So Nemiga, they take a very good clean team fight there, even if they end up losing that huge Evidence and 300 gold with it. Because the win rate is gonna bounce back in their favor. They do delay the Terrorblade, right? They do kind of make sure everybody is closer together in gold again, except for their Monkey King, which is really the win condition with a draft like this. So if this Terrorblade pops up, I said it before, with the Illusions you can counter you so hard, but nope, Terrorblade, the moment I say that, the caster curse kicks in, and they don't need an Echo Slam for that one, with the Aghanim Scepter being ready. And where it's hitting like an absolute truck too. Geo is gonna get killed off by Rinzy Q meanwhile, who is gonna use the 9-second BKB just to kill off support. That's a little bit cocky. Then again, I guess he just wants to make sure that there is no space given to Lynx whatsoever. Which they are succeeding in thus far.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Monkey King saving for a Saint Yasha here. I'm not sure. On Monkey King, I kind of like the Manta style as much as I like the Saint Yasha. Not gonna lie, I think the Purge at the last second, allowing you to get off that Jingu and full heal again, can be. I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying it can be so worth it. That is just a really insanely good kind of pick in that sense.
Death doesn't rule this place.
I feed you to my fiends.
Go around bottom lane. Abaddon looking at, but it's gonna be a Smuerta behind him that's gonna be caught. Will be given a shield by him though, and healed up by the Warlock to kind of keep her alive. So Nemiga, they don't quite give the side of Lynx a clean initiation. Something you very much have to be aware of. Comes the Avalanche toss combo onto Monkey King now, but the Dawnbreaker spin gets interrupted, and Monkey King with Shard already able to leak out easy as that. In comes a huge Echo Slam from Sportic now. Sportic getting a beautiful Blink initiation, leading to 2 kills for nothing, and it is just the support. But while the Lich ultimate is still bouncing, it will be disjointed eventually. Nator gets a toss, but the toss alone is not going to save him from the grab of the Earthshaker and Rinzy Q. Rinzy Q 10-0. Is it already too late, chat? You tell me. Because against the 10-0 Monkey King, you generally lose the game. He's very meta and for good reason.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Even Warlock's gonna be there, but he's gonna stand outside of the pit, so if anybody comes in, they're gonna get fatal bonded together for the Earthshaker's kill. And then Warlock dies, sure, but you set yourself up a free team fight. Nemiga, see, this is where I'm actually starting to believe they're gonna win this, and they may even win this relatively fast. Because look at that huge swing in win rate. It's been a good 4 or 5 minutes where every move has just been working perfectly for Nemiga thus far. And they're gonna try to make more of those moves. Won't quite catch Stonebank. just yet, please.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Top tier 1 going down. It's not their towers they're worried about on the side of Lynx. They're worried about how Shiroi Kiri is gonna
Radiant's
solo
top
carry
tower
the team
is under
fight with
attack.
just illusions and a metamorphosis to do so. But it is gonna be the
Radiant's
top
top
tier
tower
2
has
tower
fallen.
getting destroyed there as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
As
fortified.
Dawnbreaker trying to get a hammer to connect onto the Abaddon.
Maybe my finger got twitchy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified.
And Shisha gives a little
Dire's
Russian
bottom
voice
tower
line
is under
there.
attack.
As yeah, they really are in the zone though, on the side of Nemiga. Like the moment, like here they tried it once. I think the team fight was here somewhere, and then the enemy got a comeback. But here they tried it again, and this time around they're
Radiant's middle
succeeding
tower
at
is
this
under
non-stop
attack.
snowball 5-man ball of death. Driving
Dire's
Lynx of
bottom
all of
tower
their
is
farming
under
space and
attack.
getting maximum
Radiant's
value
middle
out of
tower
this
is
Aegis. It still
fallen.
has 2.5 minutes left on it from the Monkey King. Well, Terrorblade is starting to look somewhat farmed, but just looking somewhat farmed on the Terrorblade.
Radiant's top barracks are
It
under
requires a
attack.
really good initiation for the TP to actually get the impact he wants that way. Though maybe Tiny could get a
Dire's
like toss
bottom
back,
tower is
something
under
like
attack.
that, to set someone up for the Terrorblade. Or they just go onto Rinseq with all of the illusions. Rinseq kind of low. It's definitely good damage being done by the side of Lynx. And it gets a beautiful ultimate off. Will solo nuke Rinseq for that one. With Earthshaker not quite getting the follow-up as he wanted for that. But Rinseq did still have that Aegis. So while Terrorblade is gonna immediately restore his health full. They did not kill the hard carry yet. And here is the wrap of the hard carry. Wukong's command BKB. He gets the Jingu, but really he didn't even need that much. And now Monkey King is just gonna go back, get some help from that Terrorblade illusion. And the tier 3s are gonna crumble, as will these Rex in absolutely no time, because yeah, between the Curse of Avernus and the Enchant Totem, it really adds up as far as how much tower push Nemiga have going on. Tiny will buy himself back, and a beautiful 4-man bushwhack, 4-man avalanche toss as well. Has everybody on the retreat. Now Warlock will be caught for that, will be killed off. Ishak, however, just boldly teleporting with the silence, and he will be rewarded for his boldness. 2 buybacks forced, and not the worst in terms of losses on the side of Nemiga. Terrorblade, maybe he can get one more good comeback fight, but if he doesn't, this game is gonna be over. The play with the Metamorphosis was insane. Monkey King respawns, is instantly at half health and completely zoned out. As it is gonna be the Tormentor taking down. And giving Shishak that Aghanim shard, which will give him more permanent Pierce the Veil stacks. 6% spell amp already.
A new chapter.
Somebody do something!
Dire are scanning.
Abaddon now looking to upgrade for the harpoon once he has the full-blown Kanda already, which is gonna add to his magical nuke damage. That's a large reason why Terrorblade, despite how well he's playing, is simply not quite doing enough. As now Sportix will be caught, has an Abaddon behind him though to shield him up. Shaker and Monkey King looking for a setup together.
Run, coward!
Lane buddies wanting to take over the game if they can. Oh, well, not lane buddies, but Sportic ganked Monkey King's lane like twice. So, you know, the mid laner is kind of the kind of guy to check in on his carry. Like, hey man, are you free farming? Your farm's still good. Do you need a gank? Are you sure? I really want a gank though. Is it okay if I come anyways? But it's working just fine for Rinzy Q. Still doesn't have a single death this game, but will get yet another kill, making it 12 for nothing. As Earthshaker tries to chase for more. Dawnbreaker tries to turn around with the Lich setup. They will get the turnaround. Monkey King though wants revenge to the point where he doesn't even care about tanking the rest of the Chain Frost. Committing the Wukong either, as out comes the Warlock ultimate defensively to try and keep this Terrorblade in the back line. Terrorblade will get a very nice Thunder off, but with that very nice Thunder it will be Abaddon allowed to run down the hook wing, and now Terrorblade getting sniped by Shishak with 10% spell amplification in the Pierce the Veil already. Shishak will be getting killed off for that, but I think Muerta, at this point, if you're already this far ahead anyways and your monkey still hasn't died, he's just sitting there like doesn't matter, got stacked.
This place, I do.
Because yeah, your regular attack damage also gets the percentage-based amplification. So at this point, Muerta has like 300 right click in her ultimate, and then she gets another 30 on top of that from the perma stacks, and 30 so 30% life steal on that. Rinzy Q meanwhile just comes in and obliterates Lich, and that Lich bought back, so that's gonna be 70 seconds of no Lich as well. As I said it during the start of the series, like, oh yeah, Team Lynx, they are definitely not quite as experienced as Team Nemiga, but they may just be able to surprise Nemiga the way that yesterday they've also been surprising teams with some really good drafts and really coordinated, disciplined gameplay. But here it's the opposite, where Nemiga upped the aggression slowly and gradually. The early game was very relaxed, you could say. Up until this point. This was the, like, here somewhere the team fight where Nemiga said, okay guys, now we can take over the map. And they took over half the map. Then they got an Aegis, used that Aegis to take over the other half of the map. And now Lynx, they may still have a very good team fight synergy and a very good draft in those 5v5 engagements. But how much longer is that something you can take solace in? Well, I know it. 1 minute and 1 minute and 30 seconds. Because that's gotta be when Roshan is up. So there is a scan, and that scan is gonna be revealing that people are camping this road pit. Though the fact that the scan was red means there may be nobody coming in.
Coin of the realm.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
"40 seconds, both scans used up by the side of Team Lynx. Team Nemiga, they don't even care if they give their enemies a minute or two of free farm, because even a minute or two of free farm is not going to be able to compensate for the Aegis coming out.
Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And at this point it can only be 40 seconds or so till Roche stops, so they've already committed to waiting this out. They are gonna be waiting this out. But they will ping Muerta like, hey, it could be another full 30 seconds time. Go and sit out and Roche alone. And the second they do, Roshan will actually respawn. Everybody is immediately gonna gang up on it. See just how much damage they can do to this huge little... yes, huge little, because, you know, mini
Dire's top
Roshans.
tower has fallen.
I still need to get myself one of those really fancy mini Roshans, but they're all like 10,000 or something, like unironically. At least all of the coolest ones, like the red, flaming and ice ones. All of the elemental ones really, because imagine having all the elemental mini Roshans that have been added to Dota, and that's just your courier rotation, right? It's like, oh, today my Roshan courier is on fire. Oh, today it's thundered up. Though it does seem like really, really fun thing to waste, you know, literally thousands of dollars on that could potentially buy a house or something. Meanwhile, for the Earthshaker,
Dire are scanning.
he's going for an Octarine just to get all that much more jumping and stun locking going in. Sportic. He may have gotten a lot more deaths in towards the mid game than early on, but he's still been dominating the lane from the mid lane Earthshaker in a really good position that he's playing in. Will fall, at least take that aura away. Terrorblade making sure to keep a sensible distance, ready to initiate. Abaddon will be the one doing the frontlining, and he has an ultimate. And with that Abaddon frontline, there will be a mediocre Echo Slam once again, as Earthshaker may be a little over-eager. Though, then again, the Fitter is really nice. Just look at the initiation that gets Rinsu trying to chase down the Terrorblade. If you also see that Lich ultimate or no Lich ultimate, they just got carried down for 80 seconds. That will be DRT following. And all they lost for it is not even the Aegis, but just the Abaddon. Malirex get crumbled. This is gonna be the Mega Creeps, I think. Because, yeah, Monkey King still has the Wukong that will gladly commit that to push this lane all the faster. Somebody do something, says Muerta once again, really enjoying that flaming voice line as Nator zoned away with the Nullifier. They do still have one final fortify for these barracks, but look at how fast they're falling. It's just gonna be too much damage without the Terrorblade having a buyback. Found this as well, trying to set up on the Tiny with the Rod of Atos and the Monkey King jumping forward. They instead decide to just grab the Rax and back off as Nemiga. 21,000 gold lead. Then again, they still have 2 minutes on the Aegis, so GG just gets called as Muerta and OG decide, hey, you know what, in theory, we can hunt some more. If you get good dead shots in the Found, we can turn this game around big time. Or we can not turn this game around, but you know, breathe the enemy team big time and kind of turn around, push in the fountain still. Ridiculously well performed from Nemiga. I still think the gold graph is saying, like, telling the whole story here, where they've waited and waited until their critical momentum, like here somewhere. This was the final kind of comeback fight attempt, where they got a good initiation on the side of Team Lynx, and this is where everything went south after. And it was just kind of, you know, not really possible for Terrorblade to come back from this point onward. Because here he was already getting ran at. He was getting ran at from like very early on. At 7 or 8 minutes the laning stage was over and Terrorblade was getting ganked continuously with lots of magical damage and lots of pressure to make sure you deprive that all important one position of farm. But even with the Terrorblade ganks, the biggest problem came from a combination of Rinsi getting super fat and there not being a secondary carry that you could share farm with it, that you could say, okay, Terrorblade puts his illusions in the risky spot of the map and the other carry kind of farms the safe spot of the map, and then we have two carries to out late game the enemy with. So yeah, neither of the two win conditions that we saw Lynx rely on yesterday is coming through for them thus far. But it's only game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, and I think this draft, it was a Rinzy Q Monkey King, which is just huge, and then it was allowed to snowball. So in game number 2, let's see what the drafts bring us, and let's see if Team Lynx have better odds of, you know, standing a chance against Nemiga here, or if Nemiga is just going to be one of the strongest teams in their group, just like they've been last season. I'll be seeing you all after the break. Stay tuned, more Dota action coming up here at the European Pro League. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and with that we are back to game number 2 between Nemiga Gaming and Team Lynx, and game number 2 is going to be a very different one from game number 1. Despite the meta kind of being stale and there not having been major patches in freaking ages at this point, looking at the draft, I do think this is gonna be, you know, first of all, Lynx having a hero on their carry position that they feel super confident with. They love that PA. They have a really good PA player on their carry position, and you know, it also fits their playstyle of kind of having an aggressive 5-man stack that goes 1 to 1 to 1 rather than kind of doing AoE stuff whenever they have the choice. And with the Enchantress, I think that's like really coming together here, because you got PA, Muerta, and Enchantress. That's 3 people who together can just instantly delete one target, right? And that's kind of the playstyle that I think favors Lynx a lot more than what they tried to do last game with the huge teamfight combo. Because then the moment they realized they weren't going to win the teamfight combo themselves anymore, they just kind of went for Protect 1 with the draft, and it didn't end up working out for them.
Radiant team pick.
Invoker.
Yes, it's gonna be an Invoker picked up after long hesitation. Alright, Team Lynx, I love it, because Invoker, he offers one really good tool for the Phantom Assassin. That Alacrity. With the Alacrity to not just give attack speed, but also massive freaking damage to the PA and all of her daggers, you're gonna add so much to the catch potential. You're gonna add so much to how easy or not it will be to, you know, not just catch people off guard, but also make sure you keep bursting someone before all of those saves come out. Because there's 3. There's 3 things that can absolutely ruin PA's day already. There's the Techie's Taser, there's the Pugna D-Crab, and there's the Abaddon. Well, who's just an Abaddon, so everything he does ruins your day.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
As Tidehunter and Broodmother are gonna be banned out both.
Ten seconds remaining.
I do want to see some Broodmother this patch. I do think the Broodmother has a lot more potential than we get to see, because even the few games where Broodmother is let through in the draft, there's usually at least some kind of counter to help deal with it, right?
Team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Dragon Knight.
It is gonna be DK last pick. So 1 position DK or 1 position Abaddon? Or am I missing something here? It's gonna be a 1 position Techies. Because it could be. I do believe the current Techies with one of the facets has really good 1 position right click potential. But judging from Shishak locking in the Techies, who does like to play greedy, and Cove 9 taking Abaddon once again, it will be Rinzi Q 1 position Dragon Knight. Okay, do we believe in this Dragon Knight or not? With the Stonebank Doom. Like, I'm I think Lynx have a way better draft than last game, but last game it was like 51% Nemiga and 49% Lynx, and it ended up being like 100% Nemiga, the way that RinZQ just played and executed his Monkey King. So I wonder how this time around Team Lynx can make a difference in that other than just the Doom, because there is the massive, amazing Doom that can do a lot of good work here with the, you know, Blink, Doom, setup onto RinZQ and do that percentage-based damage as well.
Prepare for battle.
Hilarious.
As ladies and gentlemen, there's a 0-minute smoke from Nemiga already coming out to kind of try roam around and get themselves good initiation potential here.
Somebody do something!
And already sees that this ward is about to be D-ward, tries to deny it in time, but DRT just ends up still giving that gold away. And now we got a massive gold advantage. Look at that gold shift, guys. Dun dun dun, a whole
30
ward.
seconds to battle.
But now I just wanted to check who Dota favors draft-wise, but Dota says Nemiga are still gonna be winning this. I wonder if Dota is right or not.
Somebody do something!
The battle begins.
Whereas RinZQ, he went for this rune thinking that, hey, I can definitely tank an enemy initiation if I try to get a rune, but there was a wraparound from them from behind to set up that dead shot, as well as Doom in position with all of that magic damage. And it looks like Nemiga are immediately gonna lose their carry before the game even starts. Now Cobus 9 on this Abaddon of his though, I have a lot of expectations for. Because this is once again supposed to be a lane that's kind of alright for Abaddon. It's actually quite okay, if not good even, because every single Stifling Dagger, every single Q that PA presses is gonna give the Abaddon more mana for more shields, for more damage being returned. DRT getting poked, but it is just gonna be techies with the spoon stash, so it will be a mostly supportive, utility-oriented techies. Still being played by Shishak, I think we know that techies is just gonna keep poking PA a crap ton. Just not letting Shiroiki get any proper breathing room there. Nator, meanwhile, up against Sportic on the puck. He's not gonna have the greatest of times, but he's a good invoker, so he should still be fine. Because Sportic is a very experienced puck player. And yeah, Invoker's not exactly known for being fast or hard to dodge. Look at Sportic, just double dodge passive to get massive health and mana back.
Thanks!
Wait, does okay, I got an interaction question for chat if anyone knows it. Because does Invoker summons count as spell projectiles for the puck restore? Since I'm wondering, like, what can Invoker do against this annoying ass puck sitting in his face and poking him, bullying him, kind of laughing at him? And what better solution would there be than going an early level Exhort, getting those Forge Spirits up? But I'm thinking if those count as spell projectiles, so that they restore puck 3 times as much, then they may not be as good as people think they are, and you know, you end up giving Puck just full mana if you put Force Spirits on top of him. Though speaking of, it is an elitist invoker, because nowadays people play both, and I have to point that out.
Don't mind me.
Puck, meanwhile, just having some fun. Over on top lane, everything is still looking relatively stable for the Abaddon lane, because Abaddon can get dive. And bottom lane, I mean, it's the Dragon Knight 1 position. Maybe the Pugna messes up here, but Dragon Knight is unlikely to die. The same for Doom, so it's really only the supports that could feed during the laning stage here.
Dire's structures are fortified.
There is some good harass onto Muerta though, showing just how easy you can kill her if she messes up a little much. Pause from the Dragon Knight though, and yeah, it's been the bane of my existence this patch, that every time I kind of start getting into a game, a pause comes out. Also, no chat, I do not think Nemiga has better draft. There's delay on the stream by the way, so I can't always answer you immediately, and I also can't always read chat when laning stage is going on. But I don't necessarily think Nemiga have the better draft in game number 2. I think here actually Lynx have the better draft. In game number 1, Nemiga had the better draft, but just by 1%. It was a teeny tiny draft difference, but they won really hard. That's why I'm thinking Nemiga may take game number 2 here as well. But nothing's decided until something's decided.
Fun!
Abaddon got a full magic wand, so he can just pop that, get 300 mana back, press another 3 aphotic shields. He may look very low on resources, but he's really just trying to bait someone into making a mistake. And I think Shiro Ikiri, that's such a hard name to pronounce fast 3 times in a row. Shiro Ikiri. There we go. But PA, trying not to trade too much with the Abaddon, knows full well that every shield, every dagger kind of trades stick charges and 1 charges once again, because PA2 benefits a lot from having a 1, but in a very different way. You don't need the ton of mana like Abaddon does to suddenly have 3 more aphotic shields to do things with. On PA, it's a lot more about, I have this little extra 50 health to hit you with in the face 1 more time before I'm dying myself. Once you get lucky dodge or whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and Shiro Ikiri, well, I think Abaddon did this specifically because he knew during that pause PA would have had a chance to click him, check how many magic stick charges he has, and knows that he is about to do that anyways. So you may as well run at PA right after the unpause when they least expect it. Make sure you get that kill anyways. Very nicely played there once again from Cobus9 though. And now Shiro Ikiri, very unhappy with that death. Like, 1 death early on PA sucks, or on any Battle Fury hero really sucks so much, but especially on PA and those late game Battle Fury heroes. combos that don't kind of pop up early and go hard, you know? Kind of running down the Enchantress, but with that Frost Armor he may have regrets, because that slow is potent, as you can see. If he like steps a little bit too far out of position, PA will definitely take an interest in killing off Cobus 9. Though Cobus 9 having a Lotus is also massively helpful here. CQ just kind of holding its own against the Doom. Meanwhile, DRT trying to poke away Techies. Warpine Raiders are really useful for being taken over by the Ents though. Look at how much work that thing is gonna do to Shishak here. Not just ruining the mid gang, but also doing some serious harass, and now just coming into the mid lane and saying, screw you, I can do whatever I want. I'm a Warpine Raider. As Nator tries to use the Enchantress rotation for a setup onto Puck, and Puck cannot destroy one of the Petai at least, but will be able to deal with the Enchanted creep. Invoker looking to go for Mage Slayer, so it is gonna be one of the 3 varieties of elitist Invoker builds that we see. Shiro Ikiri still kind of having a bit of a rough lane. At least he's got the power threats and starts saving for the Battle Fury just like a minute late maybe. Something you can definitely catch up to if you have just the one death of the carry. Cobus 9 comes in, they want DRT, but neither of them has a stun, so they will not get him. And didn't even teleport back either. With the nature's attendance, the absolute
Radiant
audacity. Cobus 9 trying to keep Shishak alive, but can't against the Agnostic Invoker and the Warpine Raider. As Nemiga clearly not feeling as good about the game as they did last game when the enemy is doing the aggressing. Still, it's super early on in the game, so the differences in win rate are absolutely minimal that you get from every fight. But we're also only now seeing people start to contest the first couple of stacks, start to pick up in terms of money and snowball momentum a little bit more.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
RinCQ is the Dragon Knight, and he's having a good time farming up, and there's a Muerta coming in to just kind of steal his farm and annoy him in his jungle. Who got the stack to count for them actually? It was the ENG, okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But also interestingly, RinCQ is opting for a Mask of Madness, so it's gonna be a cleave Mask of Madness Dragon Knight, which I actually do think is a good idea, but Cobus 9 over on top lane with an Invoker gank will be taken down before Sporting on the fucking comment. Sporting committed a Dream Coil there, would like to chase down that Invoker, but they don't quite have the resources to chase past a level 6 PA, who's just gonna tear you apart with massive crit. Spugna not being kept alive long enough by the decrab from the looks of it. Just a second before the Techie's blast comes in, he will be passing as now Enchantress together with the Muerta will be able to take themselves a nice little stack there. And yes, stealing money from the enemy jungle while your PA is gonna hit a massively good Battle Fury timing. It's definitely the kind of position that Lynx want to be in. This time around, the game is already snowballing. 3k gold lead for Lynx, and we're 9 minutes in. So Nemiga, they first gotta slow down this game. They first gotta make sure PA can't free-farm the Battle Fury. Before they actually see about getting an edge that like they did in the last game, about finding that good group up and
Radiant's bottom tower
developing
is
this
under
Rinzi
attack.
Q Dragon Knight into an actual carry. All things that take massive amounts of time. Then again, actually Rinzi Q doesn't want it to take massive amounts of time. Because look at what he's queuing up second. It's gonna be a Mask of Madness into the Armlet build, where you just like activate the Mask of Madness, and instead of having to press your spells, you can just focus on the Armlet toggling from then on. Which is retro. It used to be very popular on the greedy Dragon Knight 3, where you would go like Mask of Madness, Armlet, Blink Dagger.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But it's very curious to see it from one position. Hero Kiri, meanwhile, gonna have insanely good Battle Fury timing with how much XP he's gotten and how good that level 6 is looking. Just a little more than 1,000 gold to go. Evidence, Bison Invoker with a Haste Rune. Can't really do anything to him on account of that Haste Rune.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Doom and Edge getting to work on the tier 1.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Puck engaged on by Nature is gonna be fine though. It's Nature, he's there for one reason in particular, and that is to find a Doom target for Stonebank, which they will on the techie. Stonebank gets Puck ulted for that, is running for his life and decrapped up. Does still have one massive influx of health, but with that crest and the drums about to wear out. Can he get away? Yes, he can. Well, more like his team comes in to save him. However, guess what? Shishak on the techies, despite having been doomed up with a few evidence shields, he also lives through that, so that was a Doom ultimate committed without really getting any kill. And the one thing they did get for that is of course a lot of farm on that Phantom Assassin still to kind of biding her time top, but seems like a bit of a big rotation from the side of Lynx when Nemiga can just purge the Doom, or well, negate the Doom if it's on the techies with enough shield. Because that feels bad, throwing it on the support and that support not
Dire's
even
middle
dying.
tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
With the top tier 1 down. Shiroi Kiri completing the Battle Fury at only 12 minutes and 30 seconds, which is really insanely good timing for somebody who has 1 death on the Phantom Assassin. Dragon Knight meanwhile gets set up on Rinzi Q, taking a lot of damage, trying to turn around with the Pugna, heating him up, and a beautiful disarm from the techies. And Chandris does right click down the techies mine though before they get a kill out of that, and then says, "You did your best."
Somebody do something!
In the all chat, as Shishak is back to spamming his favorite voice line. Somebody do something. Hey, you enemies, I demand you guys come and fight and face us this second. Which of course, what can I say to that except
Dire's top
base?
tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Invoker gets a nice mana burn setup onto the techies. Techies without mana gonna have a hard time defending himself, but Pugna is there to make sure that he lives. Thanks to that beautiful placed ultimate. 5k lead now as PA starting to snowball harder and harder.
Somebody do something!
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Shisha
attack.
continuing to spam the somebody do something voice line. Well, Dragon Knight starting to hit good farm timing of his own and really farming swiftly. But for a hero that doesn't have the Battle Fury built in, PA is already half a Battle Fury ahead of the Dragon Knight. Which is not quite how games are supposed to go.
Invisibility.
Radiant are scanning.
PA trying to find some kind of objective, gets scanned out though and will
Radiant's
just be
top
teleporting
tower
away.
is under attack.
The Radiant, they used to scan for that one, check if she's still around. And the team fight will instead break loose over on the Radiant jungle as Abaddon gets doomed up this time around, saying you don't get to save people from the Doom ultimate with that Abaddon, but the Techie's minds are massive. Could not trade for the end so far. Abaddon making sure to get that ultimate to proc with the Invoker meatball. And wait, where did Techies die? So Techie was trying to teleport out here somewhere in the tree line, over on the bottom lane. Now Puck has been found, because yeah, that's the target that they really want, that they've been hunting for a while, together with the Abaddon, who was also still in that team fight. Once again, the Doom did not lead to any kill, but the team fight after the Doom was amazing for the side of Lynx, because they got the cleanup. After just a support for support trade, getting another 2 bonus supports feels freaking amazing. Or, well, a bonus support and a bonus mid lane, I should say. And now this mid lane Puck is kind of starting to struggle, because as Puck you cannot afford to fall too far behind. And that Witchblade is already going to be significantly delayed. Abaddon gets jumped, but will be fine despite that massive crit from the PA coming out.
Silence.
She's still lacking a little bit of damage to instantly delete him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Do something!
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As it is gonna be the Invoker. Yeah, he will be taken off the map by Sportic with eventually just enough damage.
Nature attend us.
As Enchantress is getting chased by a Dragon Knight with that ultimate of his own. DRT will be caught with the Techie just bombing in, saying R kill. Though I think Dragon Knight is quite fine with that, as long as Dragon Knight doesn't die anymore and just keeps kind of getting assist gold, he will become a carry eventually. Not dying is gonna be a lot easier said than done with how fat PA is looking though, with Saint and Yasha almost completed. And PA, yeah, just obliterating an Ancient's camp in 3 seconds flat, literally. As it looks like we get ourselves a pause from Muerta disconnecting. Oh boy! Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are gonna wait for the Muerta to reconnect. I'm afraid there's very little else to be done. I hope nobody is massively lagging or whatever, and it's just the odd bad luck disconnect. Cause, yeah, Shiro Ikiri on the PA has still kind of an uphill battle to carry this. Even with the 5k gold lead, I don't think Nemiga are out of this, and I don't think they won't, you know, try to really overwhelm their opponent and all in one more time when they start to panic and realize, oh crap guys, we're falling behind in the money department. And ladies and gentlemen, there's the unpause as we are back in finally. Somebody do something. See, the pauses aren't even that excruciatingly long as I make them sound, but there's so many of them. Doom ultimate has to be used in order to deal with Nemiga's Puck, but I think they're quite happy making that trade. As I've said it before, I'll say it again, you gotta keep this mid lane Puck shut down. Shishak now about to die very painfully as well. He is trying to get some impact with his ultimate mine and his suicide. Almost got the Doom. Doom survived with 14 HP, ladies and gentlemen. 1 point of int and less and Doom would have died. Like literally one hit with a level 1 W from Silencer would have been dead from that combo. Dragon Knight, speaking of dead people, may join them very soon with big PA crit, but in comes the Abaddon, trying to turn that around, and Shiro Ikiri gets silenced up by the Puck, trying to prevent a blink as long as possible. They will use the beam coil perfect timed after, but the blink will come out. 9 would like to still go with chasing there, but doesn't quite have the resources. Meanwhile, DRT was set up behind, trying to get a good slow from behind, or like going to creep and have something done with that. But instead, it will just be DRT going down, getting killed off by the side of Nemiga. This could be a repeat of last game where Lynx win the laning stage, Nemiga slowly wait for Lynx to make mistakes because they're cocky now, and then eventually turn it around once enough mistakes and enough going out of position has been done. As the mid tier 1 tower is not known
Dire's
for this
middle
world.
tower has fallen.
Dragon Knight is just gonna apply more pressure like with this build early on, because yeah,
Dire
level
are
2
scanning.
ultimate, Mask of Madness plus Armlet. They can push all the towers they want as long as they have the way of dealing with Shiroikiri. This PA only died once very early on in a very unfortunate fashion, but if she won't die again, then Shiroikiri should still be able to kind of take over this map, dominate if his team doesn't make too many mistakes.
Somebody do something.
No
Dire's
more
top
games.
tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Over on top, there's a three-man smoke, but it's not really accomplishing anything. Well, meanwhile, in the Radiance Tormentor area, that Tormentor is falling rapidly, but so will the Pugna, and no! No, Invoker got blasted with the Tormentor with Grenado! Rincy dies, and now Pugna is gonna die as well, but more importantly, they just stole a whole ass Tormentor and got the enemy carry. Nemiga, I'm not sure if they can recover from this. This is like 3,000 gold with just a single blade from the Invoker swinging around, and even worse, uh-oh.
I left my hoof prints in your
Well,
bag.
there's one good news, ladies and gentlemen. It's looking like we may get a game number 3, as Geo, funnily enough, on the Muerta says, no more games. Puck looking to go for Parasma, pretty much following the meta build as well. PA, however, 1,200 away from the BKB, whereas Invoker going for a Hurricane Pike, going for that, well, not just reach when it comes to killing people off, but also incredible kind of accuracy for, you know, for staffing somebody into your meatball, into your combo, that kind of thing. Get 80% of a meatball to connect by using Force Staff at the right time. This and several other non-invoker tricks. And Nature is gonna be getting his shard for free as well from the Dire Tormentor, now being done by the side of Lynx as well. Lynx, look at the escalation. Like, this is the Tormentor play. This was the Tormentor engage, and this is the first time where the game actually starts to fall apart fast, rather than just slowly slipping away from the
Radiant
Nemiga.
are scanning.
They know they gotta do something now. They're gonna 5-man smoke, but Taki's smoke is gonna be broken. And Lynx are gonna be in a position to fight now with the Phantom Accessory beating that BKB. Taki's though saving himself with a Glimmer, but not for long enough, as PA with a BKB once more, and with the Doom on the Dragon Knight should be able to get more, as Dragon Knight is gonna take out Monodrama on the Pugna goes down. Cobus 9 goes down as well.
Did you pass?
Ladies and gentlemen, I guess it just like boiled down to a bad draft in game number 1, because Lynx, yeah, they got stumped from a certain point and weren't able to come back at all. But now Nemiga are absolutely escalating here and just kind of trying to overpower them, technically getting a team wipe, although the supports have already respawned. But what they really want is this Roshan, which is exactly where the puck went to. And Yeah, how are you gonna defend against PA, whose team has 20,000 gold lead? That's what you really gotta wonder here on the side of Nemiga.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Teleport out from the Invoker. COVID-9 was looking to go there, but instead PA looks to go him instead. Lynx feeling confident about the way this game is going, and I think they're only gonna keep feeling more confident. Oh, Sportic got found by the Doom.
You did your best.
He had two people behind him too, but without vision, without knowing that the Doom is alone, there's no reason to properly respond there, so he's letting the puck die. Which is a bit sour though. Dragon Knight meanwhile flash farming up the jungle, desperately trying to find any kind of an out against this PA.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But PA already approaching the high ground and starting to whittle away at this tower.
Dire are scanning.
Heroic Kiri will get the tier 3, maybe even the range track or Medirex both. I wonder how much Nemiga is willing to let go of here until their puck respawns.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom tower is
Medirex
under attack.
gonna be falling soon if they don't do anything.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Fortify used as well. Nemiga, it's now or never.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
I guess
top
Dragon Knight
barracks
just made
has
the
fallen.
call to abandon that lane of Rex. Let's hope it'll be worth it. Or don't, because then we'll get a game number 3. Techie though, going in with the mine combo, getting big damage onto the Doom, but really only on the Doom, and then being chopped down 1-2 by the Phantom Assassin.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Rinzy Q farming for the BKB and trying to combo into getting,
Radiant's middle
I don't know.
tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Creation as
Radiant's
Coconut
middle
Evidence
barracks has
will
fallen.
be taken down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As PA still looking to initiate on someone, but now we get to see that PA Alacrity combo. I mentioned during the draft and how powerful and high impact it can be.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Dragon Knight though, he comes in, jumps the PA, Heroic Kiri low, but still has an Aegis. Dragon Knight meanwhile does not have an Aegis and is doomed up. PA comes in, lies getting back nearly full, double kill for Stone Bank as GG gets called, and ladies and gentlemen, that settles it. We're gonna have a game number 3. It's all about the good draft here for Lynx. I think it's really amazing that not only did they go for a sneaky PA and Invoker combo, and I'm saying sneaky not because PA has invis and PA likes sneaking around. I mean it's sneaky as in the enemy did not expect the Invoker to come out and it was a free Invoker draft. Because Team Lynx made it look like it was a 4 protect 1, right? It was gonna be, we pick a PA and then we pick a really greedy money printer off laner, and then we pick like an IO or something and have the PA teleport at you across the map. That's what the draft was looking like. That's what Nemiga were afraid at. And I think the misread during the draft stage, where they expected PAIO or something like that, or what else are like really good? PA Ogre Magi is another one that's been popular. Something along those lines is what the side of Nemiga were expecting in the draft. They did not expect the Invoker. They did not expect like PA Invoker. And PA Invoker is what single-handedly won this game, despite the fact that Smiley Face on the PA died once. Who cares if you die once, as long as you don't die after, while farming 300 something lasted. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're gonna head for a little bit of a break before game number 3 of only the first series of the day here is gonna kick off. So I hope you're all enjoying the show at the European Pro League season number 24. We will be right back with game number 3 of the series. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, there we are. I'm sorry we're hopping into this draft for game number 3 a little bit late. It was only a very short break compared to like the breaks we usually get. Because now, with game number 3 being there, the admin doesn't want us to fall behind schedule, of course. And the teams are eager to play each other. So rather than the teams being like, hey, admin, can we have 10 minutes? Can we have a smoke break and discuss our strategies? No, the teams were like, let us add him, we won't lose again. Go, 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 you know, they're impatient. They're looking to jump at each other's throats. Which is really how the first game felt, which was a really equal back and forth until Nemiga managed to get a good initiation in. Managed to kind of get the advantage from where Lynx least expected it. It slowly pulled through from there, but in game number 2, Lynx just stomped. They didn't just win, they didn't just pressure, they freaking stomped. Now in game number 3, it looks like Lynx are gonna pick up a Terrorblade once again. It's a better Terrorblade draft than in game number 1, but I'm not sure if that makes Terrorblade good enough, because he's gonna be laning against Abaddon again. And you saw just how rough his lane was against the Abaddon before.
Radiant team banned.
Also, I appreciate, I never noticed, but Shishak, his name is like written in Russian. I never noticed that he is one of the Russian players kind enough to actually translate his name into like English phonetics for the casters. So everybody reading it knows how it's pronounced immediately. I wish every Russian player would like be that freaking kind. And in before, but Joe, there's Russian teams. Well, yes, there's Russian teams, but at the end of the day, like, the Dota menu and everything, it forces, like, team logos as well. They kind of force English in some spots. Where it's not like you can't use Cyrillic, or anyone will dislike it. I mean, hell, we got 2 teams with, like, all Cyrillic names right now, I think. But you can't expect, like, us casters to read all 7 different like pronunciation forms of Cyrillic there are. Because I know Cyrillic, everybody always says, oh, it's so simple. You read it how you say it how you read it. It's so simple. How can you do this wrong, Joe? Well, then 7 different languages pronounce like the same alphabet differently, and the player is from one nation, which I have to figure out then. And yeah, shoutouts to Shishak for actually translating his name, so I don't have to. Those Sportic. Like,
Dire team pick.
Sportic's been so long around in the Dota. Ooh, my favorite hero. Alright. Nemiga gaming it is. I have been making at least 100 games of Lifestealer just ever since the A patch dropped. Because let's be real, the A and B patch, he was really broken. But I think the D patch, he's back and nobody noticed it. Except for teams who like last ban him in situations like this to prevent this very thing from happening. Because now Nemiga have an amazing Lifestealer last pick. And I don't think Lynx can counter pick it anymore. So far, the series has been down to the drafts, and I think with this Lifestealer, Nemiga win a second draft here, and with it, may be able to take the series, but the draft isn't over as Team Lynx.
Choose your hero.
Slardar, alright, not bad against Lifestealer. Lifestealer definitely needs to rush an Aghanim Scepter here, so I think RinZQ's game plan is gonna be rush Radiance into Aghanim Scepter, and be ready to like always sit in a creep. Always stand next to a creep, so you can always sit in a creep with your ultimate. And, well, everybody does. See what I mean with they're eager? We don't get to wait for people to push reserve time to the maximum and discuss all their drafts. Everybody locks their hero in almost instantaneously. Because these 2 teams, they're looking forward to this series. I do think Nemiga are favored. They got Sportic Earthshaker, they got RinZQ on a Lifestealer, which is looking very uncountered. And Kovis9, I think, is gonna try really hard to get some kind of lane against Hero Ikiri, even if the Terrorblade lane swaps. Abaddon will lane swap with him. You want to keep this Abaddon on top of the Terrorblade with all of that magic damage. So it's looking rough for Team Lynx, but that doesn't mean that they are out of this here.
Prepare for battle.
And there is a 5-man smoke up from one side, but not from the other. So I guess Nemiga are gonna go for the delayed 5-man smoke here, because it's very unlikely that they're gonna go for... Yeah, there it is, on the ledge. Good luck, have fun is coming out, as well as the "you can't kill the dead" voice line.
The Rolling Stone.
30 seconds to battle.
Know your place.
Five-man smoke from the side of Nemiga now, as they have been waiting for the last second to kind of close in for their first blood potential. Let's see if they'll get rewarded for it.
The battle begins.
Earthshaker breaks the smoke. Ah, DRT, he even has the perfect voice line. "You conspired against me." As he figures it out, but that was some nice mind games there. That was really nice and subtle. I love moments like that. The last thing that was missing is some, like just the two of them walking up to each other and high-fiving. But let's see if the Dota win rate agrees with me actually before we got major. Yeah, see, Dota also says Lynx are looking to get stomped unless they do something about Covis9 once again laning against the Terrorblade. Because you do not want magic damage to be laning against your Terrorblade. Also, what is that Immortal? I want that Immortal. Looks really cool what he has on his back with the like dark orb. Just dispelling you from this universe. Oh man, that's a cool skin. Lifestealer though, like I said, should have a very free matchup here. I do think he wants to go till the 200 to 300 health pools before playing passively, but Shadow Demon got sniped from afar there with a stroke of fate following it up, and did get Shishak the first blood there. Something they're gonna be very happy about.
The font of my power was not so obvious, Abaddon.
Abaddon and Grimstroke still having a grand old time though. Like, this is what I mean. Even with the Metamorphosis, sure, you can bully the Abaddon, but you can't win lane against him. We've just seen 3 Abaddon games thus far, and I mean, 2 of them have been, well, all 3 of them have been extremely solid, I gotta say. Just in different ways. Whether you negate a Doom by playing really passively and sitting behind your carry, just being like, here, have a shield, here, have a shield. It can also have insane impact.
You should have known better.
Stonebank trying to catch up to someone and get the Saldery Crush on him. Just to kind of, because right now you don't do damage to Rin CQ, and he knows it. This lifesteal is just gonna be out-sustaining, but the best thing you can do is steal his last and make sure he does not get those passive stacks that the hero is extremely reliant on. Covis9, meanwhile, together with Shishak, still having the most relaxed offlane they could ever. As Terrorblade. Marked by the Grimstroke. Marked for death, that is. As the Abaddon shield just a little bit too strong. DRT will make sure to finish that kill off with the Shadow Poison, but guess what? That means another Aquatic Shield will be ready by the time he's under the tower, and Covis9 just de-aggroes the tower like it's nothing. 2, 0, and 1, because Abaddon, of course, with those lotuses is having an amazing time in lane. At least in bottom lane, is still going kind of well, because that was just the Muerta setting up a beautiful kill for the Slaughter, and finally this Muerta Stonebank combo is coming online. Because of course the idea is very simple. You deadshot people to walk into the Slaughter, a hero that you really should not be walking into. Abaddon, he's so fine here, it's ridiculous. Look at Coast9. I mean, the slows are adding up. Maybe he's dying? Can he? From his own illusion? Yes. Lotus does not do enough against his own illusion. Abaddon dying, like, if they kill him at all, is because of the Curse of Avernus and Grimstroke not being there with an Inkswell. And it does take both of those scenarios right now, but that's still a huge kill for the Terrorblade, and exactly what Shirokiri needed to get that Conjure Image level 2 to make sure he can kind of send illusions into the jungle to up his GPM and really start off scaling. Over on mid lane, meanwhile, a gank rotation from the Muerta comes out, who, with the Deadshot Avalanche Toss combo, still does not have enough damage to kill Sporting on the tanky Earthshaker of his, who, meanwhile, is just having a relaxed time with the Enchant Totem. And over on top, nothing is relaxed here as Covis9 goes for another tower dive, and this time around, Grimstroke is once again behind him to make absolutely sure they kill DRT.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Grimstroke's at lol in chat, I think, because his hero laughed. So he clearly said my bad lol or something like that. For, you know, yoinking that kill. Or maybe like the Grimstroke taunt that he has equipped for when he snipes a courier just makes a lot of sound. That's also possible actually.
Radiant structures are
But
fortified.
either way, Covis9 once again baiting the initiation, and there is the stun going off, but the one is not quite enough, so this time around he will be going down for the Shadow Demon. But for that Shadow Demon's life, Shishak did have to sacrifice himself as well. Can he deny? Nope, because of nighttime. Oh, he did it! He did it! What a chat! The Terrorblade illusion attacked him, he attacked the creeps, Terrorblade attacked him, and then the creeps attacked him.
Radiant are scanning.
Really favorable interaction there for Nemiga and for their Grimstroke. Though I don't think that Team Lynx or Team Lynx are necessarily out of resources just yet. Because yeah, Stonebank still having an okay lane. Grimstroke is now gonna come in to try and stop that though with a stun setup, and bam, that's gonna be the slaughter dead. Lit even holds him down just to make sure that Lifestealer is 100% fine. Lifestealer very sad that he could not get the last hit there, because keep in mind every last hit gives you plus 15 maximum health these days. But he's still farming alright, so yeah, it's this Lifestealer pick, which is why I'm worried for the side of Lynx, because Terrorblade is doing alright. Terrorblade is farming up with that Falcon Blade coming in relatively soon for him.
This time for real.
Dire are scanning.
As Geo is gonna roam around, pick up a Wisdom Rune, make sure everybody gets a
Dire's
huge chunk of
structures
XP
are
from that.
fortified.
Somebody do something!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What have we here?
Oh no drama. Not detected yet. There is a rotation incoming, but they do not know about this Lich. I repeat, they do not know about this Lich. He has not walked under a ward just yet. Shadow Demon though just wants to bully the Abaddon. All the while TB is just free farming. Unbothered, moisturized in his lane. Shiro Ikiri finally able to catch up. 4th net worth right now, which isn't so bad considering how hard Covis9 makes his lane miserable.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Getting at least some return kills and some XP really helped the Terrorblade now have level max illusions and be able to send those in the jungle instead of having to farm himself.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Life Stealer needs to be worried about the Slardar ultimate. Rincy Q though does seem rather hard committed for this Radiance of his, as Slardar will be stumped up with a decent treasure, but he does have the sprint and two teammates sitting behind him, which Lively does not know about. In comes the Grimstroke and the Lich though, saying, ha, we got a two-man stun and Chain Frost. So it will instead be Lively saving himself with an ultimate at the last second, and that beautiful Lich ult leading to 2 kills. Earthshaker, meanwhile, he didn't even have to echo. He's still holding on to that ultimate, which he intended to use way earlier into that team fight. Somebody do something, Queen Imperia says meanwhile.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tiny getting dragged out of position, Earthshaker meanwhile running at the other two. Sportic still has the echo but doesn't have that blink anytime soon, so he does just have to back himself off the Shadow Demon. Kova's 9 once again getting poked away from the lane by the Terrorblade, who now has a level advantage on him.
Somebody do something!
And somebody do something, says Sheetak once
are
again. I
scanning.
guess he just wants to show off. Like, now that he's in an official tournament, that he has defeated Imperia on the hardest difficulty.
Rock on!
Kova's 9 getting ran down by a Terrorblade as well as a Shadow Demon. Both of them are gonna try grouping up on the Abaddon. Huerta going down to the double Chain Frost, though neither of them bounces truly favorably here, but Earthshaker almost makes it out. Not quite though, as now Terrorblade the next target, and Terrorblade trying to hold his own, going to proc that ultimate, tanking the tower, gets sundered as well, but Terrorblade with the ultimate doesn't care, and Sportic tips him for that, saying nice waste of the sunder, now we're gonna mess with you. And look at that Grimstroke just curving the stroke of fate there to make sure that Terrorblade takes a little bit more chip damage, can't full heal up anytime soon.
Do something!
Terrorblade is now in top of net worth,
Dire's bottom tower is
but
under
Team
attack.
Nemiga are still feeling superior here. Not because of 2k gold lead, simply because their carry still isn't countered, hasn't died, and will be finishing that Radiance of his up very soon. Lifestealer just peacefully continuing on his farm.
A soldier's fortune.
Well, over towards the mid lane, a 3-man smoke gang has gathered and is making their way onto Monodrama. Just wants a little bit more XP, get good timing on the level 2 Chain Frost. But as Lich gets himself back, his teammates are coming in to back him up. Brimstroke Chain Frost combo once again as 2 Chain Frosts start bouncing around. And Kovis9 will take the kill before the Chain Frosts finish him. Tiny now forced to run himself out of there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
And yeah, Kakdela about sums it up. Just coming in saying, how are you guys? Here, have a double Lich ultimate in the hopes that that is improving your day. And see you guys never.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But an interesting game for sure, because Earthshaker will now finally start taking some stacks for himself, but I imagine Terrorblade also has some stacks waiting for him still somewhere. Actually, I think the Terrorblade may have already taken some. Lifestealer though trying to go for the Shadow Demon, but out comes the Echo Slam, turning it around, allowing Lifestealer a really good and fast bomb. Now set up to go for the Tiny here. Sportic still taking the kill from the looks of it, but they can chase for more. 5k gold lead on the side of a Nemiga, and this uncounted Radiance Lifestealer starting to get real flipping tanky each passing minute.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Somebody do something is actually a really good way to sum up the way this game is going right now. CQ looking for Radiant, looking for a kill with the Radiant on the Tiny, and the Radiant actually saving him from a lot of damage there, because even one tree slap with the Slardar ultimate hurts, but Life is tanking through it like it's nothing. Shishak not quite, and this time around the Lich ultimate does not get dropped on the target they wanted to. So I think the idea was, hey, we tie the Slardar and the Terrorblade together, and they didn't see the Muerta there, but they're still gonna chase through, even with that Thunder coming out. Q though, taking a lot of Metamorphosis damage, and will be going down for that. Stonebank does go down to Monodrama though, as the Lich is still incredibly fat, and guess what? Kovis9, he's the hard counter for the Terrorblade, so he's just gonna run at him, waiting for the Earthshaker to come in and say, boom! Totem to the face. 9k gold lead for Nemiga before even 20 minutes have passed. Not gonna lie, I want a rematch of this series already. This series, it's good. Another. Because honestly, I kind of feel like it's just down to the drafts, and I kind of feel like neither team really is revealing all of their strategies, all of their aces up their sleeves, because obviously it's the group stage, and there's not that much on the line just yet these first couple of days of the group stage, of the tournament as a whole. Give it another 3 or 4 days and people are actually gonna be, you know, trying a lot harder to get the final couple points in the group stage. It's always the final couple matches when you actually know, hey, if we win this one, this enemy team may get a really bad starting spot and we won't have to deal with them later. When people start scheming and plotting. But it looks like we got ourselves another pause. Thankfully just a short one, as Shishak already calls the go. As the go is out from Sportic. Rinzy Q looking to get himself a Sage and Yasha combo going.
Dire are scanning.
And Tiny, he was debating about initiating on the mid lane, but there was 3 people there. Just kind of looking to
Radiant's
trap him
bottom
for it
tower
instead.
is under attack.
Shaker. Gets slowed down, gets caught, and Tiny with one more hit will get a good kill there. But once again, 2 Lich ultimates come out flying at Tiny. Tiny though still okay, tanking both of them. It's gonna be a 2-for-1 with the Terrorblade finishing off Kova's 9 this time around. TB finally on the way back into this game. Lifestealer meanwhile would love to run after someone right now, but can't, because he does not have backup. Well, meanwhile, his backup is being gone onto still in the river, with the Terrorblade once again trying to see if he can't get a kill. Lich is gonna be caught by Stonebank there, saved by Grinstroke for it. Now with the stun though, Terrorblade. Yeah, with a Slaughter ultimate, they deal so much damage. The synergy is definitely there.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Soldier's fortune.
Lifestealer looking to go for the SNY. Tormentor meanwhile goes the way of the Muerta. Well, she didn't even participate in taking it down, but no need for that when you have a tanky Slardar with a Shadow Demon to kind of make illusions and help it go down way faster. As for the Rinzy Q Lifestealer,
Dire's middle tower is
220
under
health
attack.
gained from that Feast passive already. I really hope they don't nerf it again. It's not even that strong. Like, a level 15 talent
Radiant are
will give you
scanning.
more than that facet ever will in terms
Dire's
of max
middle
health
tower is under attack.
on most, like, tanky strength heroes. But it's the magic immunity being paired with, like, the steady health growth that makes Lifestealer such a threat, really. Because BKB isn't full BKBs anymore, so compared to other heroes, he's just a lot stronger. Also having
Dire's
80%
bottom tower is under
spell
attack.
damage resistance.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As it is gonna be the
Dire's
tier 2
bottom
tower
is
getting
under
torn to
attack.
shreds by Kova's
Radiant's
9.
top tower is under attack.
Yes.
It seems a lifetime ago I last gave thanks.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As it is gonna be the second Tormentor, just stolen by the Slaughter Shadow Demon, infiltrating the enemy's backlines deep and getting a good jump back in the gold differential.
that is
Because as you can
too
see, the win rate is still favoring Nemiga as long as their Lifestealer keeps doing their thing. But
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
at the very least, they're still able to keep up on the side of Lynx, who Slaughter ult on the Lifestealer doesn't really do that much work when he can just press Q to get rid of it when you least expect it. That's another huge issue for them, because yeah, I know in the laning stage Slaughter isn't bad against Lifestealers. It's after the laning stage where the matchup really starts to suck for you.
Dire are scanning. under
And that's
attack.
gonna be Rincy Q taking down Geo.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Know your place.
Somebody do something!
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Abaddon.
Coin of the realm.
Just another
Radiant's
bounty.
courier has been killed.
As it is gonna be Abaddon running down Stonebank just a little bit late tiny. Using some spells, but in the back lines, over on the bottom lane, DRT meanwhile gets caught by Sportic for that. You've a mind like a child, which I love, because that's actually an old-timey insult. As Terrorblade gets the BKB off, will use it to force the Abaddon ulti out. Abaddon though, still trying to pursue, not quite able to catch up, now infested by the Lifestealer, mostly just to get him some health back. And
Radiant's
Lynx, they
middle
can
tower
turn
is
it
under
around,
attack.
but at least they didn't lose anyone and did out-sustain an Abaddon and a Lifestealer in a team fight, which is really good.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire are
Roche gets
scanning.
gone on, will immediately be scanned out
Radiant's
with the
bottom
Abaddon and the
tower is under
Lifestealer. It's not the
attack.
fastest Roshan ever.
Radiant's bottom tower is fallen.
As Roshan is gonna go down whether they can do anything about it or not.
Radiant are scanning. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
No contestation.
You've a mind like a child.
Lynx, I wonder what they're planning. Maybe it's just a really good 2 or 3 man slaughter initiation into Metamorphosis to kill them off with.
Somebody do something!
It's gonna be the Lich getting caught with the slaughter and somewhere on the right click. It will be Monodrama going down. Will take away the double Grimstroke Lich combo for at least 40 seconds.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Earthshaker. With the Assault Cuirass looking to go for a good setup. Well, Assault Cuirass queued up. The extra armor is gonna come in so handy, because look at Slaughter immediately going forward, trying to ult the Earthshaker. Earthshaker though with the BKB just can't tank through that, out surviving the Shadow Demon ultimate, but everybody has already backed off, except for Stonebank, who's still slithering around this bottom jungle undetected.
Radiant's
Kind of
top
stealing
tower
the
is
enemy's
under
creatures
attack.
instead. Stonebank blinks over the Stroke of Fate. Would love to kill this
Radiant's middle
Grimstroke,
tower is
realizes
under
he
attack.
can't and just takes the portal after him. And yeah, now Grimstroke goes on down. Stonebank takes the kill, immediately teleports back.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Lifestealer gets a go onto Geo. Geo with the ultimate making some space for his teammates to show up. But Q, he's gonna be all the happier. Oh, he didn't get the kill, okay. Leave him the kills, guys, more feast health. You need this Lifestealer to keep getting health. If Lifestealer plateaus and stops getting health for even just 5 minutes, that's the death sentence. Trust me, I have almost 100 Lifestealer against this patch. It's the one hero I have actual positive win rate on ever since the patch dropped. Lich, nice and fast though. Beautifully played by the Lifestealer there, saving Monodram for just a little while longer, letting him get more damage out. Tiny is gonna take the opportunity to teleport away, but guess what? Lifestealer will not let Terrorblade do the same if it's up to him, as Abaddon comes in with the blink there. DRT will be going down first, and now Earthshake comes on top of Shiro Ikiri as well. Abaddon was the target for the Thunder, so he will be forced to ult, but after that ult is almost full health again, as well as shielded. Grimstroke ultimate out just to zone them back, and with that infests. Everybody is gonna be full health. Lifestealer is gonna be mana'd up again. No more tier 2 standing. This is what I mean, like, Lynx, they're playing this extremely well. They were playing game 1 and 2 extremely well as well, but their draft just doesn't really have the resources to deal with a fat Lifestealer. Q going for the BKB, which I think is interesting. Because I don't think BKB is the kind of item you need on Lifestealer, but if you go for it in a situation like this, then you definitely want to end the game before you're down to 6 BKB charges.
Invisibility.
So it's not about using BKB efficiently, it's about using BKB in a way that it deals to the enemy, like you have perpetual magic resistance, even when that's not really the case.
Dire are scanning.
Somebody do something!
Lifestealer is gonna attempt Tormentor Steal here. Lynx, another thing that was a huge factor in why they've kind of kept in this game, why things have been looking good for them until this Lifestealer like now is really starting to pop off, was that they went for like 2 Tormentors in quick succession with the Slardar and the Shadow Demon to kind of enable them. Now the first Tormentor is gonna go the way of Nemiga, and I don't think it'll be the last, because yeah, their frontline capabilities are still only growing. Terrorblade, meanwhile, has an Eye of Skadi to deal with all of the insane healing capabilities of a Lifestealer though.
Your failure lives on.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
If nothing else, Shiro Ikiri has all of his priorities together here as far as the build goes. I definitely approve of that. Terrorblade now teleporting in, wants to set up on the Slardar, and Terrorblade trying to at least buy him some space, while the real Terrorblade of course is already retreated, but it's not gonna be enough to save Slardar. Nemiga now once again grouping up with this Lifestealer of theirs, having an Orchid and an Aghanim Scepter, as well as that Radiance and SNY. Everything you need on that hero. Maybe I should try building Orchid more often on him though. I'm old school, I usually still go Abyssal Blade, but Orchid is looking really good if the enemy does not have like third party purge, so like a Legion Commander who can purge others, or an Abaddon who can purge others, right? Because I think Abyssal Blade is genuinely a lot better on heroes like Lifestealer. If the enemy has anything like the Legion or Abaddon that can just purge you from the Orchid every time. The upgrade to Bloodthorn just feels like such a waste of money. And it also feels really good the other way around. If you're a support player and you really want to mess with people who exploit the meta and go for like Bloodthorn and hero or something, you can just go build Loadstorm. Build Loadstorm and enjoy countering all the Orchids that are so popular this patch. As the high ground push will not really result in any kind of big initiation. Abaddon though, with the Lifestealer inside of him, tanking through all of that poke. And note how Evidence frontlining, not Lifestealer, though this will be Evidence ultimate proc. And this time around, no full health for him. Lifestealer, unsure whether he wants to attack the tower or the Slardar. But will start going for the tower. Lynx. Gonna have to do something about this. Trying to at least harass Rinzi-Q, but not even that is working right now.
Somebody do something!
Radiant are scanning.
Lynx, they need more, like... It feels so bad, games where Terrorblade loses, because it feels like he does nothing, when in reality he's just not doing enough. Like, you can hit enemies, but you don't have the damage to kill them before they walk out of your range.
Dire are
I used to
scanning.
love Terrorblade in Dota 1, where slows and catches on average were a lot stronger. Because Terrorblade in Dota 2, well, the micro is still as fun. You're no longer supposed to surround people. It's no longer about having like a big blob of illusions that you micro in to surround somebody and body block them in so they literally can't move in any direction like in Dota 1, which was like really fun. And I miss that Terrorblade just for the idea of, hey, we have a carry that can make solo pickups by sitting AFK in the tree line for 5 minutes and spawning illusions. And Terrorblade is now kind of gonna be doing that, but
Know your
if you've played Dota All-Stars, you know what I'm talking about. You know what kind of nasty body block setups you could do with the Terrorblade. And I kind of made it for that
Radiant's middle
reason, where it
tower
just
is
felt
under
like
attack.
playing Warrior 3 rather than playing one hero a lot of the time. As it's gonna be Roshan getting set up on. And Roshan goes down.
Radiant are scanning.
As Tiny not quite getting bursted down just yet. Terrorblade with the BKB trying to hold his own against two Lich Ultimates bouncing between him and all of his illusions, but it will not be enough to protect that Aegis. Zero Ikiri immediately dies a second time to the Ents Pass, and that's gonna be 90 seconds no Terrorblade. So at the very least this high ground is now open for business, and Nemiga can start taking themselves some serious net worth here. The series may just be over, though I don't want to count Lynx out. Like, they're too creative of a team. I think they may not have that much more resources up their alley. 10k gold lead, though, is very, very nice for the Lifestealer draft. Like I said, up till the Lifestealer last pick, this draft was looking good for the side of Lynx, but they just don't have Lifestealer answers. Immediately the moment I saw the Lifestealer come out, I told you guys Nemiga would probably be winning this. Which, yeah, Lifestealer still isn't answered. He has one death, but no efficient way of dealing with him. You don't have break for him, you don't have massive percentage-based damage, you have his Guardian, that's about it. So, DRT goes down while everyone is still waiting 30 seconds for the Terrorblade to respawn. Evident already going over to mid with the Lifestealer to start working on the next tower. Force out fortification if nothing else. So from the looks of it, with the AC up and running, they're just gonna commit for the push. Nope, never mind. Slardar will get caught first. Slardar taken apart, leading to an own it. Tiny with the Skull Basher ready, he cannot even teleport out. Evident just crowd control maxing here, making sure to keep everybody locked down. Mid tier 3. Once again exposed, and it is gonna be dying fast. Evident gets tossed back by the Tiny setup. He will ult back to full health, and Shadow Demon tries to kind of keep him at bay, but he'll just blink out. But I guess with the Terrorblade having respawned, they aren't that eager to push here anymore. But we'll see about that, because Rinzi-Q is still incredibly farmed, and what a chat of a Lifestealer. I should really learn from him and commit for the same build. Then again, whenever I do it, the enemy will have 2 Lincolns and a Lotus Orb to deal with the Orchids.
Bottom is missing.
Can't kill the dead.
Know your place.
Rabadon looking for the Aghanim Scepter now to really be more of a team fight utility.
Radiant are scanning.
That's the second.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Push up
attack.
this high ground. It's gonna take care of the last tier 3 tower from the looks of it as it's falling rapidly to the Abaddon.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
As it is gonna be the Medirex taken
Dire's
apart.
bottom barracks has fallen.
Abaddon. Able to get out of there. And that is gonna be 2 in a row going down. Werther buying back BKB into Echo from the Earthshaker, leading to the Terrorblade dying. Though Terrorblade has a buyback as well, but with 3 of his teammates being dead irrevocably, they call it as number 4 goes down. And yeah, TB was the last one with dieback left. But for game number 3 of this series, like game number 1 and game number 3 both ended up 100% boiling down to the draft and boiling down to who has the draft advantage. In game number 1 it was like a 1% draft advantage, but Nemiga, let's be real here, Rinzi Q is a Monkey King spammer, so you know, a slightly favorable Monkey King lane in Rinzi Q's hands as a 12-0 Monkey King lane apparently. I can kind of see that. Here though, Team Lynx, they were feeling so confident in the draft, they had great synergy, everything was looking good for them, and then that Lifestealer came out and they just lost. And it was lost from the draft really, though they put on a valiant performance here. I got some good news at least. This is only the first of 2 best of 3 series for today here at the European Pro League season number 24, ladies and gentlemen. So we are gonna get the next best of 3 on the road momentarily for you. It's gonna start in about 10 minutes and it's gonna be, oh boy, Rabotya, I think it's pronounced Rabotyagi? If anyone from a Cyrillic speaking nation can like correct me on that, but I think it means workers or something like that, because I know Rabotya means work, so Rabotyagi up against 4 pirates, starting 10 to 15 minutes from now. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you're all enjoying the show here at the European Pro League season number 24.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back for the second series
Dire
of
team
this
pick.
lovely Valentine's Day. If you're watching Dota today, I take it your love life is either going exceptionally well or the opposite. And I, of course, wish you all that it's the former and you're having a most wonderful day today. But either way, I'm also hoping this is gonna be another really good series, because it's
10
my first
seconds
time
remaining.
casting Rabatyagi, and Cyrillics is not my native
5
language. Like, I'm not
seconds
native
remaining.
to Cyrillic nation, so I'll have some trouble pronouncing that. But it means workers, I think. And yeah, Rabatyagi picking up a Tiny and a Bounty Hunter, which is a combo sure to do some work, because you already pick up the track and the option to print a lot of
10
money for your team
seconds remaining.
by killing people and being nearby the kills. But now you also got the combo
5 seconds
of
remaining.
the toss back into the entire team once somebody is tracked. So once somebody is tracked, you can blink and toss
Radiant
somebody
team
out of position and go for a really good combo. Whereas Rabatyagi with an Abaddon,
10 seconds remaining.
useful for the perch on the
5
bounty,
seconds
you can
remaining.
definitely
Dire team
save his ass that way. There's also the Phoenix picked up now. I mean, Abaddon against Morph is a good lane, so I see why they pick it. We have had our fair share of Abaddon matches today.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
As for Pirates, I love this Lycan first pick, but I'm not
Dire
sure if
team
Lycan
back.
Morphling may not be too much aggression already.
Radiant
So
team
they are gonna
back.
go for some team fight. They are gonna go for something you can use to engage with and disengage with alike in that Pangolier of theirs, which I think is just a huge pick here and definitely the right move to go for.
10
Because, yeah,
seconds remaining.
Lycan and Morph are two heroes that need to snowball, are two heroes that need to pop
5
off at the
seconds
start of the
remaining.
game and really go ham early on. If either one of them falls apart, it's already gonna be a rough game for the side of 4 Pirates here.
Radiant team ban.
Rabatyagi
10 seconds
gonna
remaining.
make their minds up on another ban here.
5 seconds remaining.
I also got a little cat on my lap who's annoyed at me for having to work another series. I wish we had production so I could like do a cat cam right now while we're waiting for the last picks. Because right now the drafts are looking both very interesting, but we don't have a clear like favorite, right? Both are looking kind of equal, where if the Morphling and the Lycan pop off with the Warlock, 4 Pirates are just gonna have such a good early game tempo that they're gonna take the victory here. But Rabatyagi, from what we're seeing now, have a really
Dire
good combo
team
with that
back.
gold printer as long as they know how to play around a Bounty Hunter. And it's really the last picks that are gonna be all deciding. More so than in a lot of other drafts, because we even see supports getting last or second to last pick these days. You don't necessarily have to like reveal
10
both your
seconds
supports at the start of the
remaining.
draft. As a matter of fact, the first pick is almost always something valuable this patch, because the
5
patch has just
seconds
been
remaining.
going on way too long at this point. We're just gonna be waiting for the last ban, followed by the last pick by last Pirates, and they haven't made up their mind on the last pick yet. So I don't know, like, you could play Lycan support, but I take it it's gonna be a support. But which support? The only one I'm thinking that's really justifying the last pick and kind of sounding worthwhile would be the Rubik.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
And there's the last pick. Okay, it is gonna be a very meta hero. It is gonna be the Lina, but the question remains, is it gonna be left click or right click Lina, or a hybrid thereof?
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
As Robert Yagi.
Dragon Knight.
You may now select your
Picking up a
heroes.
Dragon Knight. Alright, a resilient high health pool hero that is not easy to nuke down for the Lina. Also, a lot of familiar names on Robert Yagi. Asticor is back, and Insomnia on the Bounty Hunter as well. So their support lineup are some really experienced players. But draft-wise, I'm gonna give it to 4 Pirates by a teeny tiny margin. Just for the creativity here. Like, Nettie, Narwhal, Lina last pick. I love it. Because I don't think anyone was expecting it. With Otaker locking in the like and Ariel taking the Morphling. Let's freaking go, boys. This one's gonna be a show. Also, 2 teams who truly embody both the CIS playstyle and the CIS memes and like Eastern European meme culture, right? So that's also very, very based, and I highly support it. As we're getting ready to load in. No facets changing last second, I don't think, so it'll be the Alpha Wolves, Thunderbolt for the Pangolier, and, well, not really a lot more situational choices among these drafts, really. As, ladies and gentlemen, we are in. Those Alpha Wolves are immediately
Prepare for
starting to
battle.
run out and look for prey.
Rock'em, sock'em, rock'em.
No 0-minute smoke just yet. And Pedantic immediately getting double tipped. I'm not sure for what. Maybe just for having this really interesting draft with Strength Morphling.
This time Stoned die by the dragon.
Sting, Stoned, and so many voice lines. I love when people talk all chat. Remember yesterday when, who was it? Like a carry lost their BKB and the Dawnbreaker had snatched it and they were like, hey, how much money to give back BKB XD? I freaking love it when the players are just kind of memeing with each other.
30 seconds to battle.
There's 3-man smoke, still looking for a potential kill near this bottom lane onto the Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight, not an easy hero to kill at 0 minutes.
The battle begins.
And that's gonna be the runes going 2 for 2. I will be keeping an eye on Ariel's Morphling though. Because I know Ariel is known for a lot of exciting plays. He's one of those playmakers. But he's gonna be playing the Strength Morphling as I think position 4 with Mr. Mortal being the Mr. Moral being the position 3. Insomnia, meanwhile, running down Pedantic already. One thing I am kind of worried about though is between the Dragon Knight with the Fire Dragon facet and a Bounty Hunter who's going for the track but the pass-through, you kind of have two greedy heroes, neither of which is all out committed to just making money, right? Because Dragon Knight isn't gonna commit for a Midas, isn't gonna be really going out of his way to farm another 5 minutes when he could be fighting. And Bounty Hunter didn't take the Gold Steel talent, which I know a lot of people don't, and pass-through is generally speaking preferred. But it could be a huge disadvantage if 4 Pirates just make the decision to pick up a Midas or 2. And Lycanthrope already got one queued up, as I say, that Otaker. Man after my own heart, making the exact same read here. A penny denied is a penny earned. Man, I remember when denies actually used to give you a fraction of the XP and you would like summon things just to deny them for XP with heroes like Venomancer. I do think, like, the one thing I'm kind of missing in Dota, we have a lot of skill creep, we have a lot of things being added into the game always getting more layers of complexity and new things, but what I think is, like, not being added to Dota enough are interactions that come about by pure chance, where it's like, it's not a bug, it's a feature, let's keep running with this. Also, I think we should have little neutral creeps that are worth exactly 1 gold, have an annoyingly large health pool, and just run around body blocking everyone.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Because there's critters running around the map like little animated scrolls and such, which are really cute and a very nice touch on the Dota map. But in Dota 1 they used to body block you. And you also had to go out of your way to deny them, and then they would respawn and you're running back and it's like, oh crap, the critter respawned and I got body blocked. As for this game, there isn't much about it to be said yet. I'm definitely interested in watching this 4-position morphling though. Not like he has a lot he can do against the Dragon Knight just yet, but I wonder if the strength morphling, which I have seen a lot of people play on mid in their pubs, can actually work as a support. Because I do love the idea of morphling having a full strength facet and being supposed to play like this. He does have damage if nothing else. And while bottom lane is mostly quiet, it looks like the aerial morphling is gonna go for a rotation to help with this 4-minute rune here. While Mirele is getting poked, Morph is in position. And that is gonna be Natty Narwhal getting a free water rune from a very minimal support rotation that left the Pangolier with some solo XP, which he is happy about and no risk to his life whatsoever. Though that's not the only neat support rotation we're seeing, because Bounty Hunter also still is doing lots of roaming, lots of giving solo XP to this Abaddon, who, like I said, has an alright matchup against the Morph. So switching it to a Lycanthrope carry is such a good move from the side of 4 Pirates. And that's the reason why I think 4 Pirates draft is still superior. Because while Lycan is also somewhat struggling against Abaddon, he can farm while struggling. And that's what a carry is supposed to do. Farm and get money after all.
First blood.
And wait, Dragon Knight? How does the Dragon Knight get first blooded? How much? That was just a waveform, and I guess he was playing low, but still. I'm sorry for missing the first blood. I'm not good at camera work and dearly miss our production guy, who will be returning to us shortly, thankfully. But as for Snuff, having died once, That's a very bad start, and now a rotation is gonna come. Now they're gonna have actual magical damage here to try and kill him again, and they will only do half of his health. Like I said, Dragon Knight is an incredibly hard hero to get the first blood on. But if he gets cocky, if he plays just a little bit too low with more pretty decent nuke damage, he can get punished for it. Warlock, meanwhile, really doesn't mind leaving Otaker alone for a little while, because Morphling has a lot of early game kill potential, and so does Warlock, so they add up. Well, this carry is getting solo XP, and solo XP up to level 7 means you get summon wolves earlier, means you get more farming speed in return for leveling up right now instead of farming. Mr. Moral getting run down, but with the shield still able to hold out, very much alive, and about to go for those power treads of his. While Otaker continuing to get ran down with the wolves and the Abaddon, he will eventually fall. His own wolves kind of buddy blocked him there too. That's awkward for 4 pirates. They did get the first blood, so they're not too worried, but it is still awkward for them to lose their carry for nothing after the enemy gave away their Dragon Knight for nothing first.
Radiant are scanning.
As Mr. Moral goes down with Aztecor.
Let chaos reign.
Aztecor. Having a good time for now, still almost a full level till that Pangolier gets his ultimate. Abaddon, meanwhile, over on top. Winning the lane, but not winning the lane as hard as he should. That one death on Otaker, though, is a huge help, as now Otaker is getting ran at once again. With the wolves trying his best to defend himself under his tower. The dive from the Abaddon is real. Spirit, though, is being slowed up, and in comes Ariel for the stun. Aggressive Abaddon ultimate activation. Otaker being healed by the Warlock. Once again, Ariel coming in by making sure to body block, and even Netty Narwhal comes in to protect Otaker. But Otaker, he must have yelled really hard for help in voice chat there, but I think it's totally worth it, because 2 deaths in a row on Lycan in the early laning stage are so devastating, whereas now they at least get Spirit for that.
Feed the flame.
So yeah, a large rotation, and one that gives a little bit of space back to Rabat Yagi. But Aztecor, stun on Mr. Moral, and Mr. Moral gonna be fine instead of getting a good jump at the Phoenix. The thing is, one good Rolling Thunder when the Phoenix is at like 1/3 of health and he's dead. And Pango has been patiently waiting for that Rolling Thunder, so he's quite eager to use it, I imagine. But so far, everybody is playing most things correctly. There's very few mistakes, other than like both carries already having made a huge one. Otaker.
Money to burn.
Gonna have okay Midas timing here to just kind of counter money print by printing money, because one thing that we do have to contend with is it is gonna be the more traditional Dragon Knight of first the Armlet, then the Mask of Madness. So you kind of sacrifice farming speed in that way for being even harder to gank than Dragon Knight already was, and just not being able to shut you down all that well. Whereas Lycan,
top tower is under attack.
with that Midas, I wonder what's the next big item gonna be that he's gonna go for, because I imagine he's gonna go for more than just
middle tower
one.
is under attack. Dire's
Wait, Lady
bottom tower
Narwhal.
is under attack.
Ariel is doing so much work, but I never catch him because he just waveforms in and kind of helps a burster take the kills.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So I guess Morphling is just a setup for burst supports with the like max waveform and everything. But thus far, Ariel's more support working wonders. Spirit getting rotated on here. Game seems to be quieting down, but not for that long with a two-man smoke rotation towards this Pangolier. And this time around I'm gonna catch the almost
Dire's
instant
top tower
burst kill.
has fallen.
Well, he's actually surprisingly tanky, but an Avalanche Toss will probably change his mind, delaying the Rolling Thunder as he comes to Dragon Knight, and down he goes. Yeah, Rolling Thunder is like 30% percentage-based damage reduction, which is really powerful if you've played Dota before. But against 4 people it's not enough, and Snuff very happy with some extra kill involvement. And he's now going 1-1-1 and is gonna have his farming items very soon here to allow for him to kind of
Dire's
pick up the
bottom tower
pace
is
and
under attack.
take control of more of the game really. Currently we're exactly equal in kills. And almost exactly equal in worth as well. Lady Narwhal having an exceptionally good mid-game, going through nothing, but considering he's a Lina who's supposed to win the lane against the Tiny really hard, I will say Tiny has done a good job kind of getting gank rotation early on and then being able to hold his own thanks to that. Bounty Hunter going invisible and making his way out of there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As Otaker decides to commit an ultimate to mess with Spirit. Does have an Abaddon ultimate, will not even have to commit that for the Lycan ultimate yet, as another teleport comes on in, and they want to make sure to pressure Otaka, they want to make sure to keep 4 pirates on their toes. Robert Yagi definitely putting on a good performance so far, but not really feeling the impact of 2 money-centric, economy-centric heroes just yet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Abaddon looking for the harpoon. So this time around, no Orchid or other early damage item. Otaker just gonna teleport away from this Abaddon who's still trying to make his life miserable after having won the lane. Meanwhile, Robert Yagi, they're also gonna go for another 2-man smoke rotation with the Tiny and the Bounty Hunter, looking for more of those precious track kills to finally print a gold advantage for them.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bounty Hunter, however, gets seen with the Dust of Appearance, and with that dust connecting onto him, Ariel's now gonna morph to the Bounty Hunter, trying to catch up to him, but get himself bursted down. Because yeah, you will take the same stat distribution of strength and agility as the hero you're morphing in. And Bounty Hunter, mind you, is of course an agility hero, so I don't think Morphling expected that. And Ariel, despite how clean he's been playing up till this point, made a huge mistake there.
Invisibility.
Spirit trying to teleport out, but once again, this lack of lockdown just getting punished extremely hard. Ooh, Ariel. Try to set up on Tiny with his own combo. I would call that disrespectful if it wasn't such a flex, right?
Radiant's bottom tower is
And that is gonna be an avalanche, but nice right for that. It will get him low, not low enough for S24 to finish, however. So once again, not really track kills to be gotten here for the Money Printer team, as the status will be the Tiny now, scrubbed off the map with the Morphling and that Warlock Golem. A little bit fire, a little bit of water. Otaker, meanwhile, still not really carrying the game. I told you guys, he was good. It was good of him to commit for a Midas. And yeah, that Lycan Midas is really paying off, because he is kind of the lane that his team is sacrificing in exchange for being able to go this deep and do greedy stuff like this. Is evident. Will be fine with him. No, never mind. Literally died the second that his ultimate came available. But Pedantic at least died for that, so they got not only Otaker but also the Warlock there. Pangolier trying to still get out of there. Lina though, setting him up for death now with a lot of burst damage as the Warlock Golem dies just a little bit before it can get its right click off and finish the deal. Alright, the game picking up the pace though. As Morphling. I want to know what is... Okay, it's gonna be... Wait... So Etherlands into just a casual point booster, I guess? For morphing into enemy heroes? I think he's gonna turn it into a Phylactery though. I think this is just Etherlands into Phylactery build, right? And that will be an Avalanche Toss combo once again on Pedantic. Pedantic does have a Pavis to keep himself guarded from all of that physical damage, and Spirit does not have anything to keep the Lina ultimate from taking him apart as Insomnia goes down next. The Rolling Thunder for Pangolier still going, and like I said, they needed something that they could use offensively and defensively, and they do finally get an offensive use out of that Rolling Thunder. That's rewarded. Now with the Lina, that is gonna be a full team wipe, except for this Dragon Knight who's kind of hiding and happy that he's not being dragged into any nasty team fights lately and able to farm. But
money to burn.
Dragon Knight is rushing a BKB, which is interesting, because on the one hand, BKB is amazing on Dragon Knight, of course, if you have a bunch of heroes with high magical damage, but most of it being burst. On the other hand, however, your BKB is gonna be super low duration very early into the game, which may become a factor of contention for him. Because if you're down to a 6-second BKB and it's like, hey, run down a Lycanthrope who's finally caught up with that money printing Midas and has a huge tank of Morgan in front of him. Well, I don't think 6 seconds are gonna be enough. First BKB is gonna go up right now though with a very nice reveal to counter out this Lycanthrope. And that will be a teleport attempt from the Dragon Knight, immediately countered by the ultimate from the Warlock. Not the way you want to reveal your first BKB. Oh no, this game is gonna fall apart extremely fast. Because the only thing they did well on the side of Rabatyagi is shut down Otaku's Lycanthrope, and I will commend them for that. This Lina may be 6-0 and 6, but Lycanthrope had no farm, didn't get much kill involvement until he decided to send his wolves into lanes to help support and stuff like that. As now Spirit getting forced to immediately ult. And with that big cooldown down, he is just gonna go and see that Bounty Hunter looking to set up a teleport turnaround fight in 10 seconds when Dragon Knight is back, but I don't think they can anymore. Maybe they can get a pick off when people retreat with the track, but I don't even think they're gonna get that out of this. And for Pirates, are a very experienced team. Like I said, like they've been around the EPL for 4 or 5 seasons, I think, at this point. Man, after you've done like 20 seasons of European Pro League, they really do all that together. But 4 Pirates have been there for at least 4 or 5 of them. And knowing how to play these tier 2 leagues is a huge advantage, because I do think it's different Dota from when you play a massive LAN or qualifier. Because qualifier Dota is as safe as possible. LAN Dota is kind of finding the right balance. But here shit happens as well. In this case, it looks like Lina may be in a little bit of trouble. But the BKB only lasts 10 seconds, and it's not even at the moment it ends. We're now down to 7-second BKB, and Snob trying to get something out of this. Will get the lead at least, but there's a lycanthrope to just start chopping away at him. Bounty Hunter doing some poke there. Look at how hard Pangolier hits, killing him off. Mr. Moral with that Fusel Blade online, delivering huge damage onto S24 as well, getting himself a double kill dominating streak. As Spirit comes in, wants to chase still, knowing that he has a tiny who can kind of help him set those kills up, as that will be Mr. Morrow sacrificing himself for the Ebony ultimate, and the beautiful tossback follow up onto Ariel.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Rabat Yagi, they really are workers the way they're trying to extend this team fight until they can leave it in a way that they say we have the advantage, but with the Lycan Morph coming in there for the cleanup, that's not gonna happen here. Well, I guess we're just waiting around for the next initiation. Once again, back to that dogfight state. 4 Pirates are almost 2/3 likely to win this, but that doesn't mean it's over, especially not with a Bounty Hunter and a Dragon Knight, who in the course of 5 minutes can print like 20,000 gold or something like that.
Dire are scanning.
Roshan. Open for business, and it looks like it will be 4 Pirates trying to engage for it and get control of it there. It's gonna be Natty Narwhal getting an Aegis. Ota. What did he buy?
Haste.
He bought a dust, alright. Definitely something you need if you're gonna keep taking good team fights against this Bounty Hunter, especially the 4 Pirates have that smart. Pangolier though gets a beautiful setup with Mr. Moral, having had a great time in the laning stage thanks to this full strength Morphling support. Spirit getting ran at and about to take a lot of damage to the face here. Awkward timing for a pause, I will say that much. Cause Mirena is about to be O-targeted here with Ariel already morphed into a tiny and looking for more of a fight. Let's see how it's gonna go with a two-man Abaddon being perfectly counted thanks to that pause, kind of helping out the Abaddon there. Dragon Knight will get the Warlock down. The Egg, however, will be exploded by the Lycanthrope. Lina in an awkward position here. It's gonna go down the first time. Can they re-engage the second time with the two-man Avalanche? Maybe they can, as Lina trying to just get away. Mr. Morrow's still alive, but not that much longer, and Natty Narwhal is gonna get killed off with Spirit just having too much damage. Robert Yagi, they lost 3, including the Egg, but at the end of the day, that's not the worst of fights, because with that 5k gold lead remaining in place, at least this means their Dragon Knight gets to further escalate, and they still get to enjoy this money printer and like an opportunity for track kills once more. But you're really not supposed to be behind money-wise ever if you're like the Bounty Hunter draft. Well, Bounty Hunter plus Cleave Dragon Knight especially, because both of them farm exponentially faster.
My thanks.
And Mr. Morrel on the Pangolier getting himself that Aghanim shard. And it is gonna be Mr. Morrel.
Precious bounty.
Able to get away thanks to the Rolling Thunder. We're still keeping the game slow and methodical here, but Mr. Morrel will try to initiate immediately after the Rolling Thunder, forcing out a super early BKB from the Dragon Knight, but Dragon Knight has the damage to deal with Mr. Morrel, while Otaker tears apart Aztekor for that. Not quite a great start for the side of 4 Pirates, that much is for sure, and Spirits now turns onto Otaker, decides to deal with Otaker swiftly and decisively. Warlock needs to make sure he gets himself out of there. And where was the Lina? Natty Narwhal still farming up, now trying to get the Abaddon, but Abaddon counters the Laguna Blade with an ultimate as Pedantic dies, and he dies for nothing.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
As Ariel and Natty Narwhal are coming around looking for some kills. Terrorblade, meanwhile, just having a chill, Terrorblade I say, Abaddon I mean, just having a chill time on the bottom lane. He is going for that retro Manta style build, and I think it's actually really good here with, you know, the Abaddon dual illusions out pushing, and it's really bad for, you know, setting up onto people nowadays. So a lot of players don't build, and a lot of heroes are a lot more resilient to the new Abaddon than they are to the old one, which can blink on you, jump 2 Manta illusions on your feet, and basically tear you to shreds. But here we're gonna see 4, maybe even 5-man smoke up around Lina.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower
Gonna be
is
just
under
a little
attack.
bit of slow push on the top tier 2. They're not gonna commit to showing anyone on the tower.
Dire are scanning.
Snow meanwhile.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I didn't know this guy streamed either, but going for a Blink Dagger and a Satanic here will make it so much easier to initiate for him and his teammates. He's also going to be borderline 6 slotted soon. And then of course at some point or another he will pick up an Aghanim Scepter as well. 3-man against the 4-man smoke though, but they will make it 4-man smoke on the side of 4 pirates as well. Make sure to bring in the Lina in their backlines.
Regeneration.
Tiny trying to go for the avalanche toss, not quite getting it.
Hello.
30 minutes into the game, we're seeing Abaddon become a second carry here, while Tiny saving for his BKB. So Dragon Knight may have a 6-second BKB from the get-go, but Tiny will be able to sell to savor the 9 and 8 seconds. Kind of, you know, take those longer team fights. Just keep in mind, the cooldown on Avalanche is 14 seconds. The cooldown on Toss is 11 seconds. A well-used BKB will allow you to get a second full combo off on a Tiny. He's one of the few heroes where BKB duration is so freaking important that aren't one positions. As Roshan, it can only respawn in 10 seconds from now, but for Pirates, they're already camping it, hoping for an early respawn. Half a minute more that they would need to spend around this bottom Roche pit, which I don't think they will. Could send some Lycan Wolves though if they want. But instead, Somnia is getting ran down, will be fine on the Bounty Hunter there with a lot of shieldage.
Stonefall.
Gonna be an initiation with the Dragon Knight, but a little bit too late as the Rolling Thunder has already gone off. That's the 9-second BKB from the Tiny committed. And what's this really gonna do? Nothing except help them run. But even that was mostly the Phoenix ultimate. Robert Yagi, 2 bad initiations in a row. But can 4 Pirates even punish this? Because in between those 2 bad initiations, Robert Yagi has been farming and going for pickoffs and playing the map in every way except teamfights, as Pedantic is about to go down here, but a nice stun from the Morphing instead allows them to turn around on this Evidence semi-carry, and the Evidence is going to be torn to shreds as down below in the Radiant Jungle, Tiny says no initiation for you, Otaker. Denies this Lycanthrope any chance of doing anything basically, because the slow resistance from the Flame Yasha is nice, but the Avalanche is mini-stun, and you can't do anything about mini-stuns really. They now know Roshan is up, ping it, and everybody is gonna group up there, but a Scan and a Bounty Hunter rotating in, scouting them out, will give away a lot of important information for the side of Novakyagi, who may want to use this opportunity to start yet another great teamfight. Then again, Lina, with that Thermal Runaway, is using it to make sure this Roche goes down very, very swiftly. And 1,000 health, too little, too late. Because now Robert Yagi, they're in the perfect position to team fight. They are literally 3 seconds too late to get this perfect roast on the stage. They will at least be rewarded with a kill onto Pedantic there. Pedantic as Lina goes out of there. Mr. Moral will be the next to teleport. And look at this beautiful disengage in order. With 4 pirates just kind of leapfrogging. But 4 pirates, they are noticing that money printer effect coming into effect.
Radiant are scanning.
From especially the track gold, but also the Dragon Knight just farming exponentially fast. Abaddon trying to use it as an go for illusion push and make more space happening. As Lina finds Somnia, and Somnia worth 600 gold. This bounty hunter may have had a few situations like that happen, but also printed tons of gold already, which is why he's worth 600 gold on his own.
Haste.
Lycan Midas though.
Are scanning.
Still such a good call from Otaker, because I think he knew from the beginning of the game that you couldn't end a game like this before the 40-minute mark or something like that. Spirit got himself an Aghanim shard.
Dire are scanning.
Arcane Reservoir.
Radiant's bottom
3
tower
minutes
is
left
under
on the
attack.
Aegis. Lina can take her sweet time here. Just pushing down a tier 2 tier
Radiant
push.
structures are
Because going up the
fortified.
high ground is still going to be very, very difficult until Robert Chagi makes a major mess up and end up going out of position big time.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Bounty Hunter
Dire's middle
not
tower
quite
is
getting
under attack.
blown apart by the Lina this time with the magic damage though. Dragon Knight is going to be forced to BKB here just to deal with the Roshans better. As now Ariel jumps to the back line, trying to deal enough damage to deal with Bounty. Still not quite though, but there's the game at the high ground once again up to the tiny Lycan goes, taking away on its own damage. Lina meanwhile lost the Aegis. Penguin here comes in Saber with a beautiful 3-man Rolling Thunder killing off Somnia. Lina still alive. Abaddon would like to change that with his ultimate, but the Abaddon ultimate will just force him to blink out and play defensively, which will not be enough considering there's a 2-man light strike array. Thermal overrun into Lina machine gunning. 100 seconds, no Dragon Knight. Mr. Moral is gonna go down to Raider there with the toss to the backlines, but Morphling will finish him for that. And Ariel on the Morphling 8-1-17, though I think a large reason for that has been this Tiny and his ability to turn into the Tiny to allow him to end fast. And now they're gonna force buyback by just starting to hit the Ancients. As Mirela buys back, he will get tossed back. Taste of his own medicine by the Morphling Ariel. What a chat! Outplaying the Tiny from Brabotyagi, and Brabotyagi. It was a good game. It was a really good game because here I thought they were genuinely get a comeback when they got this huge fight. But just wiping half the enemy team once is not enough, especially not if the draft favors 4 pirates, as long as they don't end like after 35 to 40 minutes. Because around 45 minutes, Lycanthrope does nothing, and Morph would have to take over as your 1 position, which feels really awkward considering that Ariel had to do so much with the Morph, because he's still a support. But 4 pirates here with a 12-2 Lina, 8-1 support Morphling, and Otaker having gotten the shit stick for lack of a better word, where it's just like, okay, we're gonna sacrifice your lane, but in exchange for that, we're gonna have an amazing draft and win really hard. Okay, all right, go. And, well, they trusted Otaker enough to win. Well deserved for 4 Pirates. Let's see if Robert Tyagi gained a lot of insight from this into the kind of mind games and lane switches that 4 Pirates pull. Because I expected the, like, Morphling lane switch. I expect Morphling to go to the mid lane, to be fair, when he, you know, when they picked up the Lycanthrope. And Otaker Lycan, I told you guys from the start he would have a hard lane, so totally worth it to give your carry a hard lane sometimes. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be seeing you all after the break to see what game number 2 has in store for us, and if it'll be the last game of the day for today or not. Alright, there we go. You guys should be hearing Dota now as well as me on this lovely Valentine's Day. And once again, welcome back to the European Pro League season number 24. Game number 2 of the second and final best of 3 of the day. As, yeah, it's a weekend, so we do only have 2 matches for 2 series for today. Though the first one was all 3 games and was a really interesting back and forth. I'm hoping this one's gonna be as well.
Dire team ban.
The sack.
And as you can see, the draft is already well underway, though for Pirates, they're once again picking up Otaker, the Lycanthrope, I think, unless they're gonna switch into the support position and do the bait and switch with their first pick here.
Remaining.
But Lycanthrope first pick is definitely notable in my opinion.
5 seconds remaining.
As we're waiting with Robert Yagi.
Radiant team
Still
ban.
needing something to tie this together. I love the Dawnbreaker, I love the PA, you have a lot of AoE, a lot of team fight. I like the Lash to kind of add more chaos and good synergy with the Fatal Bonds as well.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
And that is gonna be the Dark Willow taken away. I like it. Dark Willow Lashrack is actually appropriately scary. That would have, with a Lashrack mid, that would have worked perfectly to kind of tie this draft
10
together
seconds remaining.
and get the synergy up and running that I think currently
5
Robert
seconds
Yagi are lacking.
remaining.
Because I love PA. Well, no, I hate PA, but I can see why she's a strong carry. And I do love to watch PAs when I'm not the one playing against them, I guess.
Dire team ban.
As for Pirates, banning out the Muerta.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I would have preferred Dark Willow to Muerta, but you can see the commonality in both of them being very squishy, very high damage output, and having a good spell that they can press to make a lot of time for themselves and kind of withstand that enemy's assault.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Dusk.
As Robert Yagi with that Tusk picked up. Good backliner, good kind of tanky one.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Come on, what are 4 Pirates gonna do? I've been in suspense for minutes now. Like, what are they gonna do about this PA? Because they're missing a carry that can, or core that can deal with PA, or a support that just allows their cores to deal with her really easily, right? Either is fine. Like a support that rushes Orchid or something like that. pirates.
Riki.
You may now select your heroes.
Ooh, we get a Ricky last pick. Alright, now that's what I'm talking about. We got something spicy here. Okay, so we got 4 pirates with a Ricky Tidehunter draft to try and counter this almost unstoppable PA. And it's not just a PA draft, it's a PA Warlock draft that's held together by a lot of teamfight and a task last pick to offer the Blink Dagger saves. I'm not sure if a Blink Dagger Snowball is gonna be enough to save the PA's life reliably, but
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I think that Rabatyagi, maybe they can do it. I mean, we saw one series today where it was also down to the PA just having so much impact and cleaving people apart and ending the game in almost 20 seconds. 20 minutes. It ended up being like 27 minutes or something. And only because there was one really good comeback attempt from Nemiga. But if Rabatyagi can play the PA as well as Team Lynx can, then we're in for a good show. As we're about to load on in Mr. Moral, I'm curious to see how he's gonna play the Tidehunter. Obviously, he's gonna go Kraken Swell because this is the kind of lane where you can't afford to be leveled down and sized down early on. But there's few people or few lanes where you can actually go for a Kraken Swell play nowadays, sadly.
Prepare for battle.
As win rate wise, Dota says 4% favor for the side of 4 pirates. Not sure if that's true or not, it depends. I mean, it could be. It could be. So it's like a 46% chance that the PA has a good lane and will be fine, and there's a like 54% chance that the Ricky manages to shut her down. That sounds semi-reasonable.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Three-man smoke on the side of 4 pirates.
The battle begins.
And Ariel gets a nice rune steal.
Wait.
3 out of 4 runes going the way of pirates, with the last one getting denied by Otaku's wolf. No runes for you, Rabatyagi, they say. I mean, see, the thing though, Rabatyagi means worker, right? So they're team worker basically. And you know what happens when workers don't get paid? They get pissed off. So maybe Rabatyagi will start this laning stage really aggressively and with a lot of fury here, because I could definitely see that. PA loves aggressive laning anywho, right? She is one of those more in-your-face aggressive heroes to begin with.
Turn your blade.
Not for the likes of you. Denied.
Ariel. not having the greatest time over on top, but
Radiant's middle
against the
tower
PA,
is
his
under
matchup
attack.
is what? Okay. So Pango died on the mid lane, and that's not something that's supposed to happen, and rather unexpected. So Mirele, he gets not one but two tips for that play. My bad on missing the kill there, but I don't think anyone would have expected that, including everyone who's tipping Mirele, who is gonna tip back Natty Narwhal immediately for that, saying, "Ha, you screwed up now," for Pirates. And Rabat Yagi, they are getting some headway in the lanes now. Of course, it is still very early into the laning stage here.
Denied.
No, no.
Bottom feeder.
Snow with the PA, able to harass quite freaking well, even against the Tide Hunter, because look at how much damage each of those Fatal Bonds does.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Somnia getting chased by Pedantic.
No, you don't.
And yeah, all the lanes are quiet again now that there's been a first blood. Because there's really no way you're gonna be rewarded for taking a lot of risk in order to get a kill right now.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Natty Narwhal though, he has to be careful against this slash. And I don't just mean careful not to tilt against like already having fed a first blood and being annoyed a lot by Lashrak. Oh, over on bottom lane, I almost caught that one at least.
Wait.
Somnia ran around the corner wanting to kill off Otaker, but there was still Pedantic sitting with one more Q ready and those 140 magic damage as well as all of his lockdown.
Not for you.
1 for 1 now in the kill department. Pangolier running down Mirele. I'm just gonna take a sip from that bottle.
Not ever.
But looking at the last hits, Lashrak is still far ahead and switching over to the network. That translates to Lashrak having the network lead right now and looking to escalate very early on by starting to turn into the jungle and getting extra money there. Ariel, Ricky starting to turn from a semi-carry into more of a support for the time being.
Radiant
His level 3
structures
damage
are
may not
fortified.
be big enough anymore. Natty Narwhal though, he tries to go for a dive on Mirele. That is gonna be not one but two teleports coming in to defend. Ricky though is there to scout them out. They will make sure that both of the TPs have to go through just to waste time of both of the supports and give the side lanes a little bit of space. Ariel, he played that huge strength morphling in game number 1, so here in game number 2 he's doing extremely clean as well.
Invisibility.
Shaman wants Somnia. Somnia. Not expecting Ricky to be there as well, and with a little bit more damage from Ariel, they are gonna get that kill. Only a tiny gold lead though, and Snow over on that PA is still fine and looking for a very early battle period timing thus far.
Radiant are scanning.
No deaths. Very good last hits.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ricky caught Ricky, but able to get away.
A bit faster.
Mr. Moral. Able to handle level 6 PA just fine as long as she's anchor smashed, that is, because with those extra 50% damage, she's suddenly gonna hit really freaking hard. But PA mostly has one job, and that one job is just not dying.
Dire are scanning.
Haste!
Once again though, we're in a stalemate in the sense that both teams are currently getting very rich. Win rate wise, still in favor of 4 Pirates, but it has already twice been briefly in favor of Rabat Yaga. Verdantic though gets caught by Somnia.
Dire's
Hex
middle
is
tower
there.
is under attack.
PA jumps on the Tidehunter. Tidehunter though, 4-man Ravage. There will be a Dawnbreaker ultimate to make sure that this fight goes on for Rabat Yaga. But in come all now from the side of 4 Pirates, who they are able to commit for a carry kill. They will get Mireille, so that's a mid laner for support and Somnia to both. That was both the Ravage, as well as a lot of important ultimates, but it will be enough to actually come together as a team here and do some really good work.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Over on mid, initiation attempt on to Netty Narwhal. Netty Narwhal holding his own, actually trying to turn around. Fatal Bonds comes out. Little bit of the lag spike there in the Dota coordinator client, but it looks like Ricky did blink out in time. And it was just the Shadow Shaman
Radiant's top
that
tower
ends up
is under
going
attack.
down. Nice initiation though from Rabat Yaga. They almost got more there, and even if they don't get more there, Phantom Assassin is still farming for that.
Radiant are scanning.
还在 C， 还在 C， 就要炸了，还在 C。
Dawnbreaker making sure to keep the Lycan zoned at bay. But Dawnbreaker also has an ultimate again, as long as there's mana for it. So we could see another huge Dawnbreaker ult come down in the next team fight. Meanwhile, for Pirates though, they smoke up 2 and are looking for a rotation, potentially on this Dawnbreaker, making Lycan's life miserable.
Got it.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Ariel taking over the mid lane to get a good level 6 timing and make sure that invisibility comes online, while Spirit gets held down by Pedantic and will be killed off with another magic burst. That is gonna be me, Rayla, trying to go for a good setup, a tight hunter with the lifesteal, kept alive for a little bit too long. Mr. Marvel will die for that, and it looks like so many more. Ariel getting out of there with invisibility for as long as he can, making sure that his teammate does not kill him to the fatal bonds, and making a little bit more space with the smoke bomb. But the team fight on mid was won for Robert Yagi, and this Phantom Assassin needs to be shut down, or else we may just get that game number 3 I want so badly. Because PA, she can end games by 20-25 minutes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Three-man smoke up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Precious bug.
As a wraparound onto Otaker will be countered by him ulting. And that's gonna be the Warlock locked down with a nice silence.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
With the Warlock taking
Dire's
down
structures
Spirit.
are fortified.
Quite able to get the kill. Meanwhile, Shadow Shaman
Dire's top tower
caught
is
off
falling.
guard and will be killed off.
Dire are scanning. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just swinging back and forth, but on mid lane. Robert Yagi were looking to start off an initiation, but couldn't find anything of importance.
A tithe to the impurities.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Precious bounty.
EA still farming up.
Double damage.
Radiant's bottom
And
tower
that's
is
gonna
under
be
attack.
Task out of position, eliminated with the Ariel semi-carry Ricky from behind. This is the second game where Ariel is supposed to be a support and goes on a dominating streak from the 4 position just by making so many kills.
Let it over next time.
killed up as well with Netty Narwhal jumping on top of him. Double kill for the Pangolier. 10-6 now. PA will need to start fighting for her team soonish. That's tough. Finest up and killed from behind with a Ricky. Hunter goes for a Rabbit, in goes the Pangolier with the swashbuckle spirit, going for a spin, trying to punish Netty Narwhal for that. Netty Narwhal getting set up for a huge crit by the Phantom Assassin, but will be fine for now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. For to start the team fight up, and only now the Phantom Assassin is gonna come in. It's gonna hunt for Netty Narwhal. Netty Narwhal going for the Rolling Thunder though, and with that Rolling Thunder it is about to be Phantom Assassin in just a few more hits. And Pedantic, hi. Just kind of giving the trash talk as yeah, the initiation by the Ricky here was just way too good with the invis, but it's really not the Ravage that does the work here for Tidehunter, but that dead in the water, being able to attach an anchor to Phantom Assassin with a Phantom Strike. Because PA, she's still thousands of gold away from a BKB. You're not going to be able to Phantom Strike away in like the next few minutes from this anchor of the Tidehunter. Meanwhile, for Pirates, they're snowballing so hard, they get an 8k gold lead at only 18 minutes, 19 minutes, that will be a 9k gold lead. So it's like for 10 minutes, well, 15 minutes they played equal actually, and then they just freaking escalate. This really reminds me of the first game we've seen today, which was also a really peaceful, really methodical one, where both teams were kind of looking for their own 5-man initiations. Dire's top tower is under attack.
But it ends up the team that starts snowballing first, being the team that snowballs hardest. I mean, maybe Robert Yagi can turn this around. They only need one good team fight to do so. But Tidehunter already on top of that Dawnbreaker. Was trying to set up a Rabbit, but doesn't even need it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And that's gonna be GG. Not even 20 minutes in the game when they see how fast the Lycan pushes. I feel kind of bad for Robert Kyagi, but honestly I understand why they GG out against 4 Pirates here, because 4 Pirates, they do have a unique playstyle that revolves around picking really greedy heroes like that Ricky in the 4 position and having them pop off and become a carry on their own regard. 4 Pirates are gonna take this second series of the day 2-0 though, in an amazingly quick and overwhelming fashion. So ladies and gentlemen, with that we are gonna be done for the day at the European Pro League season number 24. But we are gonna be back tomorrow with 3 series coming up if everything goes well. So more Dota 2 action coming your way, but not today. Thank you all very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. I'll put up a schedule so nobody gets confused. And peace out. Hope you enjoyed the show. Hope you enjoyed the games. Have a good Valentine's Day.